Hey friends, and welcome back to the channel. Today's video is going to be packed with hands-on learning as we build not just one, but 6 awesome projects using the latest versions of the tools we all love, React 19 and Tailwind CSS version 4. Whether you're a beginner looking to sharpen your frontend skills or a more experienced developer looking for new project ideas, this video will have something for you. Each project we build is designed to teach you something useful, practical, and modern, from handling interactivity and state to mastering layout, theming, and responsive design. If you're new here, I'm George, and I run this channel with my friend and colleague Lasha. Together we create real-world tutorials where we focus on building practical, beautiful, and functional UI components and apps that you can actually use, showcase in your portfolio, or apply in your client projects. Now, before we dive into the projects, a quick heads up. In our next upcoming video, we'll be revealing something really exciting, a big piece of news that's been in the works for a while. It's something we've built specifically for you, our viewers and students, and we truly believe it will take your learning to the next level. It's designed to help you learn faster and grow even stronger as a developer. So make sure you stick around, hit that notification bell, and don't miss it when it drops. As for today's projects, here is what we're going to build together. A frequently asked questions accordion. Built with clean and optimized React state logic, it features smooth open-close animations, intuitive UX, and a modern layout, perfect for help centers, product pages, or any section where you need collapsible content. A modern website header with an animated dark light theme toggle. Built with Tailwind CSS version 4's new color theming capabilities. It allows users to switch seamlessly between themes with animated transitions and persistent state, making the UI more accessible and visually appealing. Sleek and fully responsive sign-in and sign-up forms, designed with a strong visual hierarchy and usability in mind. These forms include input fields, social login options, and accessibility enhancements for a professional user experience across devices. A React-powered image slider, featuring smooth transitions and interactive controls. It's perfect for showcasing portfolio items, testimonials, product images, or featured content in a stylish, performant, and reusable component. A travel booking modal, visually engaging and highly functional, combining image content, promotional offers, and call-to-action buttons. It's ideal for travel platforms, e-commerce deals, or SaaS onboarding steps that require modal-based interactions. And a polished interactive 5-star rating system, built entirely with React hooks, styled with Tailwind, and responsive to user clicks. It updates the rating dynamically and can easily be integrated into product reviews, feedback forms, or user-generated content features. Each of these projects is responsive, uses modern development best practices, and is styled beautifully using Tailwind CSS version 4. No boilerplate, just clean, reusable components you will actually want to use again. Before we begin, if you enjoyed this video and want to support our channel, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't already, and click the bell icon so you never miss a new upload. And of course, we'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment below and let us know which project you're most excited about or what you'd love to see next. Let's get started. In this project, we will be building a fully responsive interactive FAQ accordion designed to be both visually appealing and highly functional. Users will be able to expand and collapse individual FAQ items, toggle between light and dark mode, and even expand or collapse all questions at once with a single button. Each question will be displayed inside a clickable button, allowing users to expand and collapse the answers with a smooth transition. When a user clicks a question, the corresponding answer will slide down, and clicking again will collapse it. In addition to toggling individual questions, we'll add an Expand All button that allows users to open or close all questions at once. This feature enhances the user experience, making it easier to browse multiple questions quickly. The button will dynamically change its text and icon depending on whether all questions are expanded or collapsed. A core feature of this project is the ability to switch between dark and light themes we'll implement a dark mode toggle button which will instantly update the background, text, and UI colors across the entire section. To ensure a smooth user experience, we'll store the dark mode preference in local storage. This means that when a user switches themes, the preference will be saved, and even after refreshing the page, their last selected mode will be automatically applied. The question items will feature a beautifully animated sliding effect, making the expand collapse transitions feel natural. We'll achieve this by dynamically controlling max height and opacity using Tailwind's utility classes and React's useRef hook. When a user expands a question that is lower down on the page, the screen will automatically scroll to the expanded item to keep it in view. This will be implemented using the scroll into view method, ensuring that no content is hidden off screen when expanded. Our FAQ accordion will be fully optimized for all screen sizes, ensuring a clean layout whether viewed on mobile, tablet, or desktop. We'll use Tailwind's responsive utility classes to adjust spacing, typography, and alignment dynamically. So without further ado, let's jump right into the setup process and start building this project from scratch. Alright, let's kick things off by setting up our React and Tailwind CSS4 project. We are starting from scratch, so follow along as we go step by step to get everything up and running smoothly. First, I have a new empty folder on my desktop. Let's open it in VS Code. Now I'm going to open the terminal using Ctrl plus backtick. And I'm going to run the following command to create a new React application using Vite. We need npm create Vite at latest. Then we need the name of the application. It's going to be FAQ app. Then we need dash dash followed by dash dash template. And we need React. This command initializes a new React project called FAQ app using Vite as the build tool. Actually, Vite is a fast and lightweight tool for building modern web applications, providing a much better development experience compared to older tools like Create React App. So once the installation is complete, you will see a newly created folder, FAQ app. Inside this folder, Vite has automatically set up all the necessary files and folders, including src. Also, we have here public folder, package.json file, and so on. Now let's install Tailwind CSS version 4 along with its Vite plugin. First of all, we have to enter the folder. We need cd FAQ app. And then inside here, I'm going to run npm install Tailwind CSS. Then we need add Tailwind CSS / Vite. Once the installation is done, Tailwind is now ready to use in our project. Unlike previous versions, Tailwind CSS version 4 no longer requires a separate configuration file, Tailwind config file, and it makes setup much simpler. To confirm that everything is installed correctly, I'm going to open package.json file. So as you can see, we have here React 19 and Tailwind CSS 4. Alright, before we start coding, let's remove some unnecessary files and folders that we don't need. I'm going to delete assets folder. Then I'm going to delete the SVG icon from the public folder. Also, we don't need app.css file. Now our project is much cleaner and we are ready to configure Tailwind. Since Tailwind no longer generates a config file in version 4, we need to manually configure it inside vite.config file. So inside here, we need to import Tailwind CSS from @Tailwind CSS Vite. And then inside the plugins array, we have to pass Tailwind CSS next to React. Okay, so this enables Tailwind CSS integration with Vite, allowing us to use all of the Tailwind's utility classes seamlessly. Next, I'm going to open index.css file, and I'm going to remove everything from here. We need to add import Tailwind CSS. As you remember, in the previous versions of Tailwind, we needed here 3 directives, base, components, and utilities. But since the 4th version, we no longer need those directives, we just need this single line of code. All right, now let's go ahead and open up the JSX file and remove everything from here. I'm going to create a new React functional component, and for that I'm going to use RAFCE shortcut. So this shortcut generates a new React functional component, and actually it comes from the extension called ES7 React Redux React Native snippet. So I recommend to install this extension and use those shortcuts. Alright, so at this point we have a basic React setup with Tailwind configured. Let's move on to structuring our project. I'm going to create the necessary folders and files inside the src directory. First, we need to create new folder, components, in which I'm going to create two files. The first one is going to be FAQ list.jsx. Then we need FAQ item.jsx. Then I'm going to create new folder inside the src directory. It's going to be data. And here we need new file. I'm going to call it FAQ data.js. This file will hold an array of questions and answers that we're going to use throughout this project. Let's go ahead and start populating our components. I'm going to open FAQ item.jsx file, and here I'm going to create new functional component using RAFCE. Then I'm going to open list component and create here functional component. Next, I'm going to import item component. So we need here FAQ item from FAQ item, and instead of this text here, I'm going to insert FAQ item. Then I'm going to open up the JSX file and I'm going to import FAQ list component. And then instead of up, I'm going to insert here FAQ list. Alright, so now our components are linked together and we're ready to see our initial setup in action. Let's modify the index.html file. I'm going to get rid of this pop icon from here, and also I'm going to change the title of the project. It's going to be, let's say, FAQ. Let's make it simple. So throughout this project, we are going to use box icons for icons and a Google font for better typography. I'm going to go to box icons website. So this is the official box icons website where you can see lots of different icons. In order to use this library, I'm going to click usage, then import the CSS, and we have to grab this CDN link from here. Let's paste it inside the head element. Then I'm going to take care of the Google fonts. Let's go to Google Fonts website. I'm going to search for font called prompt. I'm going to click here, then we need get font, get embed code, and I'm going to copy those links from here. Let's paste them inside the head element as well. Alright, so now to apply those fonts, I'm going to open index.css file, and here I'm going to select every element using an asterisk. Let's define font family. It's going to be prompt sans serif. Now all our text will have a modern and clean look. Alright, so now let's start the development server and preview our setup. I'm going to run npm run dev. So here Vite starts the development server. The terminal displays a local URL, localhost 5173. I'm going to open the URL in the browser by pressing Alt and clicking the URL itself. So as you can see, our project is up and running in the browser. We have here text FAQ item from the item component. To make the development process smoother, I'm going to place VS Code on one side and the browser on the other. This will make our working process more convenient and fast. Alright, now that our project structure is in place, it's time to bring it to life by adding some content. First, I have a text file where I've already prepared the FAQ questions and answers. Instead of writing them manually, I'll insert this predefined data into the FAQ data file. So I'm going to copy this data and then I'm going to insert it here. So inside this file, we have an array of objects where each object represents a single FAQ item with an ID, a unique identifier for each question. Then we have a question, the actual query the user might have, and we have an answer, the corresponding response to that question. This structured format makes it easy to manage and scale if we ever need to add more FAQs later. Now that the FAQ data is ready, we can move on to adding the page heading and description. Let's structure the top section of our page to include a title and a short description. I'm going to open up the JSX file and insert the following JSX inside the return statement. First, we need to customize the wrapper development. So I'm going to add here classes, minimum height screen, which means that the minimum height is going to be 100 viewport height. Then we need PG gradient to bottom right from gray 50 via gray 100, and then we need to gray 50. So this element serves as the main container for our entire FAQ section, ensuring it takes up the full screen height. Actually, those colors are similar to white colors. That's why we don't see here difference. At least it's barely visible. If we change this color to, let's say, red 500, you will see that the classes actually work successfully. So let's get back here gray 50. After that, I'm going to insert here another div element. Let's add to it some classes with the container. Then I'm going to add here MX Auto, followed by PY12. So in Tailwind CSS, the container class is a responsive utility that censors content and sets a maximum width for readability. It ensures that layouts don't stretch too wide on large screens while maintaining a fluid, adaptive structure. Alright, next I'm going to insert here header with the classes text center and margin bottom 12. Then inside the header, I'm going to open h1 heading element. Let's add here some classes. We need text 4XL, then empty breakpoints, text 5XL. Then we need fonts extra bold, followed by margin bottom 4. Then we need background gradient, so we need BG gradient to right. We need here 2. Right, then we need from blue 600 via indigo 600 to purple 600. Next we need inline block. Actually those gradients are used for text and not the background, so therefore we need here text transparent, and we have to use PG clip text. Well, we need here clip. As for the content, I'm going to add here FAQ center. So as you can see, we have here nice and cool heading with the gradient effects. After h1 heading element, I'm going to open paragraph with the classes text LG. Then we need text gray 600. Max width is going to be 2XL. And then we need MX Auto. The content of the paragraph is going to be find answers to the most common questions about Tailwind, CSS, and web development. Okay, so here we have the paragraph. At this stage, our page has a clean and professional heading with a beautiful gradient-styled title and a well-aligned introductory paragraph. Right below the header, we have the FAQ list component, which will soon display our expandable FAQ items. The structure is now in place, and the page is starting to take shape. Now that we have set up the page heading and description, it's time to move forward by adding the FAQ list section. This will include a subheading, an expand all button, and a dark mode toggle. Let's go ahead and open FAQ list component and insert the following content inside the return statement. I'm going to add the classes to the wrapper development. So we need here max width equal to 3XL. Then we need MX auto. Next, I'm going to add here PX4, padding horizontally. This is for smaller screens. As for the relatively larger screens, we need SM breakpoint PX6, and then LG breakpoint PX8. Next, we need padding Y equal to 12. Alright, next I'm going to open another development. Let's add to it some classes. We need flex, then flex column. This is going to be for smaller screens, the vertical flex layout. As for the relatively larger screens, we need SM breakpoint, flex row, then justify between, followed by items center. Then we need margin bottom 8, and actually we need here space. After margin, we need gap 4. Inside these developments, I'm going to open H2 heading element with the classes text 3XL. Then we need font bold. Next, we need PG gradient, 2 right. We need here 2 right. Then I'm going to add from indigo 600 via purple 600 to pink 600. Again, we are creating the text gradient effect. We need text transparent, followed by PG clip text. Next, we need text center, and it's going to be for smaller screen sizes. As for the larger screen sizes, I'm going to add here SM breakpoint text left. Finally, let's define width. It's going to be full, 100%. This is for smaller screens. As for the larger screens, after SM breakpoint, the width is going to be auto. Well, I see here a typo. We need text. Okay, so that's it about the heading. Actually, we are missing here the content. The content is going to be frequently asked questions. Alright, so as you can see, we have here nice and cool heading with this cool gradient. Next, I'm going to open div elements right after the H2 heading elements. Let's open div with the classes, flex, then we need item center, and space x4. Inside the div elements, I'm going to insert button. Let's add here classes. Well, we have here lots of classes, but actually that's it how it works. This is Tailwind CSS, therefore we're going to add lots of classes if we want to make the cool and modern designs. I'm going to add here flex, then we need item center, followed by gap 2, then we need px4, horizontal padding, then we need vertical padding, it's going to be 2, then text SM, followed by font medium. Next, I'm going to change the color of the text. It's going to be white. Then we need PG gradients, 2 rights. Then we need to specify the colors. We need from blue 500 to indigo 600. Actually, we need here dash, not 0. After that, I'm going to define the hover effect. On hover, we have to change the gradient. So we need from blue 600, then hover again to indigo 700. Then we need rounded. I'm going to make the element rounded, and the size is going to be LG. Then we need to add some shadow. It's going to be SM. Then I'm going to add again hover effect. On hover, let's change the shadow. We need shadow empty. And then we need focus. On focus, I'm going to set outline to none. Also, we need focus visible. And I'm going to use here rings 2. Then we need focus visible. Ring is going to be indigo 500. And finally, I'm going to add here transition to make the effect smoother. Transition all the duration of the transition is going to be 300. And also let's make cursor pointer. Okay, so that's it about the classes of the button. Hopefully everything's correct because we have here a lot of classes. Inside the button, I'm going to open iElements and let's add here classes. We need bx collapse. This is going to be a default class, but we will change it with the dynamic one. Next, we need text.lg. Then right after iElements, actually let's save and see what we have here. So as you can see, we have here a button with the icon. Well, I don't see here the background gradient. Well, we are missing here the dash sign. Now we have nice and cool background gradient. All right, right after iElement, I'm going to insert here span, and actually we don't need here the classes. The text of this span element is going to be expand all. Well, the color should be white. We might have here the typo. Well, yes, we need text. Okay, so now everything looks good. Next, we need to create the second button. I mean this button here for toggling the dark and light themes. I'm going to open button right after this button. And as usual, I'm going to add here some classes. We need width 10. Then height is going to be 10. Flex. Also, we need item center, followed by justify center. We need to center perfectly the icon inside the circle. Next, we need rounded full, which makes the element fully rounded. Next, we need background gradients, 2 right. So the first color is going to be gray, 200. Then we need 2 gray, 300. Text is going to be gray, 700. So as you can see, we have here the circle, but inside here we don't see any icons because it's not created yet. So I'm going to add here hover effect. On hover, let's set shadow to empty. Then we need focus. And on focus, I'm going to set outline to none. Also, we need focus visible. And here we need ring 2. Then I'm going to copy this class. Let's add it here. Change the color of the ring. It's going to be blue. 500. And finally, we need transition all with duration 300. And again, we need here cursor pointer. Okay, so, well, as you can see, we have here nice and cool hover effect. Now we have to pass here the icon. So inside the button elements, I'm going to open iElements. So the class name is going to be bx moon. And then we need text XL. So here we have the moon icon inside the circle. Alright, so with this addition, our FAQ section now has a structured and visually appealing introduction. Here is what we have so far. A beautifully styled frequently asked questions heading at the top of the FAQ list, an expand all button that will allow user to expand or collapse all FAQ items at once, and a dark mode toggle button which will enable user to switch between light and dark themes effortlessly. Now is a great time to implement dark mode functionality. If we wait until later, we'll already have multiple elements created and we'll need to manually add dark mode classes to each of them. This could become frustrating and time consuming. Now that we have a dark mode toggle button, it's time to actually implement the dark mode functionality. Since Tailwind CSS version 4 uses a CSS-based configuration, we no longer need to modify a Tailwind config file for dark mode. Instead, we can handle it entirely through CSS and React State Management. I'm going to open the index.css file, and here I'm going to insert the following line of code. We need add custom variant followed by dark. Then we need to open the parentheses. We need ampersand, then where, and inside here we need to specify class dark, then again class dark, space and the star. Okay, so what does this line do? This custom variant defines how Tailwind's dark mode style should be applied. The where selector ensures that when the dark class is added to the HTML elements, all child elements automatically inherit the correct dark mode styles. As I said, unlike previous versions, Tailwind CSS4 doesn't require a configuration file to enable dark mode. Instead, it uses CSS custom variants, making the implementation cleaner and more efficient. To allow users to toggle between light and dark themes, we need to create a state variable to track the current theme. Let's open FAQ list.jsx file and import useState. At the top of the file, I'm going to add here useState. Then I'm going to create state variable, which is going to be dark mode. Then we need set dark mode function and useState hook with the value false. So the dark mode state will store whether dark mode is enabled or disabled. The set dark mode function allows us to update this state whenever the user clicks the toggle button. Since React re-renders the component whenever state changes, our UI will update dynamically when dark mode is toggled. With this setup, our app is now aware of whether dark mode is active or not, but we still need a way to switch between the two themes. Next, we need to create a function that switches between dark mode and light mode when the user clicks the dark mode button. I'm going to add the following function here. We need toggle dark mode. It's going to be an arrow function. And inside here, we have to update dark mode using set dark mode function. And as you can see, we have to pass here this value. Actually, I'm going to get rid of this line of code. We don't need it here. We use here set dark mode function with the value not dark mode. This function flips the value of dark mode each time it is called. If dark mode was false, it becomes true, enabling dark mode. If dark mode was true, it becomes false, switching back to light mode. This ensures that every time the user clicks the toggle button, the theme instantly switches. However, changing the state alone is not enough. We also need to apply the dark class to the HTML element so that Tailwind knows to switch themes. To dynamically apply or remove the dark class whenever the state changes, we need to use the useEffect hook. First, I'm going to import useEffect from React. Then I'm going to use useEffect hook. We need here a dependency array. So the useEffect hook runs code whenever the component renders or updates. The second argument, this array here, is called the dependency array. If it is empty, the effect only runs once when the component first mounts. If we include here a variable like dark mode, the effect runs every time that variable changes. Since we want to apply the dark class dynamically, we need to watch for changes in dark mode. Therefore, we have to pass here dark mode. Alright, now let's update the useEffect hook to apply or remove the dark class based on the dark mode state. As you can see, we have here a suggestion, which I think is correct, so I'm going to use it. We have here if statement, where we check if dark mode is true or false. If it is true, we add class dark to the root element, and if it is false, we remove class dark from the root element. Alright, so now that the dark mode functionality is in place, we need to make sure that clicking the toggle button actually triggers the theme change. Well, I think that I wrote this code in the wrong component because we need to have this code in the app.js file. So my apologies, I messed it up here. We'll fix that in a minute. I'm going to grab this code and paste it here in the app.js file. We need to import useEffects and useState hooks. Then go back to the list component and delete those hooks from here. So right now the toggle dark mode function exists, but the button that controls it is in a different component. This component. We have here the dark mode functionality and the button is here. So we need to pass the function down as a prop so that the child component can access it. Down below, I'm going to insert here prop. We need toggle dark mode equal to toggle dark mode. By doing this, we send the function in FAQ list component, making it available inside that component. Now let's open FAQ list, and we need to insert here toggle dark mode function. We need here camel case. Now the FAQ list component has access to the toggle dark mode function, and we can call it whenever needed. Next, we need to attach the function to the toggle button's onClick event. I'm going to find the toggle button. We need this button here. So we need to add here onClick. And we have to call toggle dark mode function. Now when the button is clicked, it calls toggle dark mode, which updates the state and toggles dark mode. However, nothing visually changes yet because we haven't applied dark mode styles. To make the theme switch visible, we need to change the background colors when dark mode is active. I'm going to open up the JSX file, and I'm going to add here classes for dark mode. We need dark from gray 950, then dark via gray 900, and then we need this code here. Well, I'm going to get rid of text colors for now. So we have here dark from gray 950, then dark via gray 900, and dark to gray 950. Well, as you can see, the background color is changed. When we click the toggle button, the entire background smoothly shifts between light and dark themes. Actually, let's add here transition, colors, duration, 300. Let's check the results. Now we have here nice and cool, smooth transition between light and dark themes. Alright, so currently the paragraph inside the app.jsx file remains dark colored, even in dark mode. Let's fix that by applying some styles to the paragraph. So we need here dark text gray, we need colon, then text gray 300. Now when dark mode is activated, the paragraph text updates to match the dark theme. The toggle button itself should also change the appearance in dark mode. Right now it still has light mode styles even when dark mode is active. So I'm going to modify the button. Let's add here dark from gray 700, then dark to gray 800, and also we need to change the text color. Let's add here dark text gray 200. Now when switching to dark mode, the toggle button updates its background and icon color, making it blend seamlessly with the theme. Right now the icon inside the button is always a moon icon. Even when dark mode is active, we need to dynamically switch between the moon and sun. We need to dynamically switch between the moon and sun. First, we need to access to the dark mode state inside the FAQ list component. So I'm going to go back to the app.jsx file and I'm going to add here dark mode equal to dark mode. Then in the list component, I'm going to modify the function parameters by adding dark mode. Now the component knows whether dark mode is currently enabled or disabled. Inside here, I'm going to update the icon class dynamically using a template literal. First, I'm going to cut those classes and then replace quotes with curly braces. And then we need backticks. Let's paste back the classes. So here, I'm going to get rid of moon and open $sign with curly braces. We need here to check if dark mode is true or false. If it is true, we need sun. And if it is false, we need moon. So again, if dark mode is true, it applies bx sun, showing a sun icon for light mode. If dark mode is false, it applies moon, showing a moon icon for dark mode. the icon will automatically update when switching themes. So as you can see, we have here sun icon on dark mode, and once we change the mode, then we'll get here the moon icon. Alright, so now that we've successfully set up dark mode and the toggle functionality, it's time to display the actual questions and answers on the page. We already have our FAQ data, which contains a structured array of questions and answers. Now let's go ahead and import it and dynamically render each question item inside the FAQ list. So let's open this component and import FAQ data from data/FAQ data. Now data is available inside this component, and we can use it to display the list of FAQ items dynamically. Before we display the FAQ items, let's start the container that will hold them. Inside this component, I'm going to wrap these components with div elements. Let's insert FAQ item inside here. Then I'm going to add to this div element some classes. We need bg white /80. It means that the white color will have 80% of the opacity. Then we need dark bg gray 800/80. Then we need rounded XL followed by the shadow. We need here LG. Then we need border with border indigo 100/50. Next we need dark modes, and on dark mode we need border indigo 900/30. Then we need overflow hidden and transition all with duration 300. So at this point our question section structure is visually ready, and now we need to populate it with data. Now that the wrapper is ready, we need to loop through the data array and display each question item dynamically. So inside this wrapper, I'm going to open curly braces where we have to map through FAQ data array. Inside here, we need to pass item. Then we need to insert here this component. We need to insert here key prop equal to item.id. And then we have to add here item equal to item. So as you can see, all different FAQ items are displayed on the page. So we loop through every question answer object in the data array. Each item is passed as a prop to the question item component. The key prop ensures that React optimizes rendering by tracking unique items. The item prop, this one, sends the question and answer data to item component so we can access them there. So each question is displayed inside the container. Now let's open the item component where each individual item will be displayed. First, I'm going to modify the function parameters inside FAQ item component. So we need to pass here item, which we have passed as a prop here in the FAQ item component. Item now holds the question and answer data for each question. This allows us to access item.question and item.answer within this component. Now let's style the container for each individual item. I'm going to add some classes to this development. So we need here border bottom followed by border gray 200. Then we need dark mode. On dark mode, the border is going to be gray 700. Then we need last child pseudo class, and I'm going to add here border none for the last item. Then we need transition colors followed by duration 300. And now I'm going to define some hover facts. We need hover. On hover, I'm going to change the background gradient. We need 2 rights. Then we need hover. The color is going to be gray 50/50. Then we need hover 2 transparent. Next, I'm going to define the dark mode. So on dark mode, we need from gray 800/50. I mean 50% of the opacity. And then we need dark to transparent. Okay, so as you can see, our question items have a structured layout with a smooth hover effect. Now we need to display each question inside a button so that users can expand and collapse answers. Inside the item component, I'm going to insert the button with the classes with full. Then we need padding y equal to 5, px 4. Then we need flex layout, display flex followed by justify between. Next we need item center followed by text left. Then we need focus, and on focus I'm going to set outline none. Then we need a rounded LG followed by transition all. The duration is going to be 200. We need cursor pointer and then text gray 900, followed by the dark mode. We need text transparent on dark mode. Next we need hover. On hover I'm going to use PG clip text. Then we need again hover effect. On hover we need PG gradient to right. Then hover. On hover we need from indigo 600. Then again we need hover. To define the second color we need to purple 600. Then on dark mode we need hover from indigo 400. Then again dark mode hover to purple. We need here purple 400. Next I'm going to add here span elements. Let's add to it some classes. We need text LG, then font medium. Next we need padding right 6. And as the content, now I'm going to insert here item dot question, which comes from this FAQ data file. Here we have the content of the question for each object. Okay, let's save. Well, we have here the questions, but something's wrong with the design. Let's find dark mode. Well, here we have the typo. We need dark and actually not text transparent. We need text white for sure. Then we need hover with text transparent. Now let's save. Alright, so as you can see now the colors, the test colors are white, but actually I don't think that this background gradient is correct. Well, for sure it's not correct. Let's check the wrapper development. So we have here hover BG gradient to right, then hover from gray 50/50. Then we have hover to transparent. So here we are missing hover. We need hover from gray 800/50, and we are missing hover here as well. Okay, now I think that we have the same effects that we have in the original project. Okay, now the next thing that I'm going to do is to add the plus icon that we have here in the original project. So let's go ahead and add those icons to the questions. Inside the button next to span elements, I'm going to open another div with the classes flex shrink 0. Then we need flex followed by item center. Next we need justify center. Then width is going to be 8 followed by minimum width. It's going to be 8 as well. Then I'm going to use aspect square, which means that the width and height will be always the same. So let's use aspect square. Next, I'm going to make the element rounded using rounded full. We need background gray 200. Actually, we need here background gray. Then I'm going to define dark mode. On dark mode, we need background gray 700, followed by transition all, and the duration is going to be 200. Inside these developments, I'm going to open elements with the classes bx, bx plus. Then the color of the text, the icon, is going to be gray 500. Then we need dark mode. On dark mode, we need text gray 400. All right, so here we have those plus icons next to the questions. This plus icon makes it clear that the question can be expanded. Next, let's add a container to display the answer when the question is expanded. I'm going to insert development right after the button. So let's add to the development overflow hidden. Next, we need another development with the classes padding 4. Then we need padding top 0. Then padding bottom 5. Then I'm going to set text to gray 600. Next we need dark mode, and on dark mode I'm going to set text color to gray 300. Inside here we need another development with the classes padding 3, rounded LG. Then we need overflow Y auto, followed by max height, and it's going to be an arbitrary value 300 pixels. As the content of these developments, I'm going to insert item.answer. Like the question text, it comes from the FAQ data file. So as you can see, we have here questions with the answers. Alright, so we successfully displayed the questions and answers. The next step is to add interactivity by implementing expand and collapse functionality. Right now, all the answers are visible at once, but we want each question item to be clickable so that the answer appears only when the question is selected. To achieve this, we need to introduce state variables that will help us track which item is open and whether the user wants to expand all items at once. Inside the list component, I'm going to import useState at the top. So let's add here useState. And then I'm going to create state variable inside the function. We need here state variable, which is going to be open ID, followed by set open ID. And I'm going to set this state variable to null. So the open ID state stores the ID of the currently open question item. If an item is clicked, its ID will be stored in this state, and the corresponding answer will be revealed. If the user clicks the same item again, the state will be reset to null, which means the answer will be hidden again. Next, we need to create another state variable, and in this case, we will have here expand all. Then we need set expand all, useState, and the default value is going to be false. The expand all state variable determines whether all question items should be expanded at once. If it is true, every single question item will be open and all answers will be visible simultaneously. If it is false, only one item at a time will be open. These two state variables allow us to toggle between opening and closing individual items or expanding, collapsing everything at once. Now that we have state variables in place, we need a function that controls the expand, collapse behavior of individual question item. Let's go ahead and define the function inside the list component. I'm going to call the function toggle item. We need here parameter ID. So the toggle item function will be responsible for opening or closing a specific FAQ item when a user clicks on a question. It will also handle cases where the expand all mode is enabled, ensuring a smooth user experience. Now we have to check whether the expand all mode is active. If it is, we should disable it because clicking on a single question item should automatically exit the expand all mode and switch back to individual control. So inside here, we need to use if statement with the following condition. We need expand all, and then we have to set expand all to false. Next, we need to update the OpenID state. So inside here, we need set OpenID. Since we need to determine whether we are opening or closing a question item, we need to pass a function to set OpenID that receives the previously open item's ID as prev ID. So we need here a callback function with prev ID parameter. And inside this function, we have to check if the currently clicked item is the same as the previously opened one. If it is, we should set OpenID to null, which means the item should close. So inside here, we need if prev ID equals to ID, then we need return null. So if the clicked item is different, then we update OpenID with the newly clicked item's ID, which will open that item while closing any previously opened item. Now, after this if statement, we have to return ID. So this function ensures that only one question item is open at a time, and clicking the same item toggles its visibility. Now, in addition to toggling individual items, we need a function to handle expanding or collapsing all items at once. This function is much simpler but equally important. So right after this function, I'm going to create another one, and it's going to be toggle expand all. We need here an arrow function. So inside here, I'm going to use set expand all function, and the value is going to be a callback function with prev, and we have to return not prev. Then I'm going to use set OpenID function with the value null. Okay, so this function first toggles the value of expand all. If it was false, it becomes true, meaning all question items should expand. If it was true, it becomes false, meaning all items should collapse. After changing expand all, we also reset OpenID to null. This is important because if expand all mode is enabled, we don't want any individual toggling logic to interfere. This function provides users with the option to view all answers at once or collapse them in a single click. Now that we have our functions ready, we need to pass the required props to the question item component so that it can receive the necessary data and functionality. Now let's go ahead and modify the mapping function inside the list component. So down below, I'm going to modify this map function. I'm going to add here onClick prop with the value toggle item, and then we need is open prop. The value is going to be expand all. Then we need OR operator followed by OpenID equal to item dot ID. So the onClick prop receives the toggle item function. This means that when a user clicks on a question inside the item component, it will trigger the toggle item function with the corresponding item ID. The isOpenProp is a Boolean value that determines whether a specific question item should be open or closed. If expand all is true, then every question item will be open. Otherwise, we check whether the OpenID state matches the current item's ID, meaning only that item should be open. Now, let's go ahead and open this component here, I mean FAQ item, and modify the function parameter to accept the newly passed props. So we need here onClick and it's open. This allows the FAQ item component to receive onClick that handles the expand collapse logic and is open that determines whether the item should be expanded or collapsed. To ensure smooth animation when expanding answers, we need to store a reference to the answer's height. So at the top of this component, I'm going to import useref hook, then define a reference variable inside the components. So here I'm going to create new variable. It's going to be answer ref, and we need useref with the value null. So this reference will store the height of the answer section, allowing us to calculate how much space to allocate when an item expands. Without this, the animation would not be smooth. We need to assign unique IDs to each question item and its corresponding answer. Inside the wrapper div of each question item, I'm going to add ID attribute, and it should be equal to curly braces with backticks. We need FAQ dash item, and we need here $ with curly braces, and as you can see, we need item.id. So this attribute gives each question item a unique identifier, which helps when scrolling to an opened item later. Next, I'm going to modify the answers wrapper div. So down below, I'm going to modify this development here. We need to add ID equal to curly braces with backticks, and here we need to insert answer dash $ followed by item ID. And as you can see, the copilot added here reference, which is correct as well, and I will explain it in a minute. So let's talk about this ID attribute here. It dynamically assigns a unique ID to each answer section. The item.id part ensures that each answer gets a unique identifier, such as answer 1, answer 2, and so on. When an item is clicked, we can easily target this specific ID in our JavaScript logic if needed. Additionally, it helps when implementing smooth scrolling, ensuring that a particular answer section can be brought into view. Next, we have reference with the value answer ref. This attribute connects this specific div to a React useref hook, which was previously defined in our component. When React renders a component, useref allows us to directly reference a DOM element. In this case, answer ref will point to the actual HTML element representing the answers container. By having this reference, we can access properties of this element, such as scroll height, which represents the full height of the content inside the answer section, even when it's collapsed. This is useful for dynamically determining how much space the answer needs when expanded. Now, I'm going to add to these developments style attributes with the following codes. We need max height. Then I'm going to add here is open. It's going to be a conditional statement. We need question mark followed by this expression. Let's use it. Besides that, I'm going to add here another property. It's going to be opacity. Then we need is open. If it is true, we need 1. And if it is false, we need 0. Alright, so once I save the code, as you can see, the answers are no longer visible. So as you already know, the style prop is used to apply inline styles dynamically. One of the most critical styles here is max height. The logic inside the max height determines whether the answer should be visible or hidden. If is open is true, meaning the question item is expanded, we set max height to this expression here. This means that the maximum height of the answer section will be equal to its full content height. If is open is false, meaning the question item is collapsed, we set max height to 0, effectively hiding the content. By dynamically adjusting max height, we achieve a smooth transition effect where the content appears to slide open instead of appearing instantly. This part is what makes this effect dynamic. Scroll height is a built-in JavaScript property that returns the actual height of an element's content, even if it's hidden with overflow hidden. So the only thing that we're missing here is the optional chaining operator. Let's add here question mark. So the optional chaining operator ensures that if answer reference.current is null, such as when the component first renders, it doesn't cause an error. Alright, now let's modify the question button inside the FAQ item component. We need to find question button which is this button here. I'm going to add here onClick. Then we need to pass here a callback function. And we have to return onClick. As you can see, we need to pass here item.id. So when the button is clicked, it calls onClick with the item's ID, triggering the toggle item function inside FAQ list component. This ensures the correct answer is expanded or collapsed. Alright, so now if I click the question, well, the answer is not showing. Let's open console. Well, we don't have here any errors. So let's check the code. Here in the style attribute, we have max height is open. Well, here everything seems to be correct. Let's check onClick event handler. Everything is correct. Let's go back to the FAQ list function. Actually, the component, not the function. So we need here toggle item. Let's check the props. Well, we have onClick with toggle item is open expand all, open ID equal to item.id. Well, everything seems to be correct. Let's check the function. Toggle item, we have if statement. Well, this part should be outside of the if statement. Let's cut it off and paste it here. Well, yes, now everything works fine. Okay, so as you can see, once we click the questions, the answers are expanding, and only one answer is expanded at a time. Okay, let's check the light theme. Well, what is this border here? Let's check wrapper. So as you can see, we have here Infigo instead of Indigo. Okay, now the problem is fixed. Alright, so next thing that we have to do is to expand all the answers once we click this button here. I mean, expand all button. For that, we have to add the onClick event handler to the expand all button. So let's go ahead and find this button. Here we have it. I'm going to add here onClick event handler. And I'm going to insert here toggle expand all. Now, if we click the button, then all the answers will expand. So everything works fine. Okay, now the FAQ items are fully interactive. Clicking a question expands or collapses the answer. Only one item is open at a time, unless expand all mode is enabled. Now to make the expanding effect smoother, I'm going to go back to the item components and I'm going to add here transition all with duration 300. Now as you can see, we have smooth expanding effect. Alright, so the next thing that I'm going to do is to change the content of the button dynamically. But before that, I want to fix one problem. When the question is expanded, the scroll bar appears because the content exceeds the screen height. While this is expected, it doesn't look very appealing, and we want to ensure a clean, smooth scrolling experience while still making the content accessible. To achieve this, we will completely hide the scroll bar while keeping the section scrollable. To remove the scroll bar across different browsers, we need to apply specific styles targeting WebKit browsers, which are Chrome, Safari, Edge, Chromium, Microsoft browsers, Internet Explorer and Edge, and Firefox. So let's go to the index.css file and add here the following code. We need HTML followed by WebKit, scroll bar, And inside here, we need display none. So this part of the code targets WebKit-based browsers such as Google Chrome, Safari, and newer versions of Edge that use the Chromium engine. The WebKit scrollbar pseudo element allows us to modify or completely remove the scrollbar. Setting display none hides it entirely, ensuring that even when the content exceeds the viewport height, the scrollbar remains invisible while still allowing users to scroll. So as you can see, the scrollbar is hidden, but we are able to scroll. If we expand all answers, we still will be able to scroll up and down. Okay, next I'm going to add here HTML with MS overflow style with the value none, and then we need scrollbar with the value none. So this second part of the code ensures that the scrollbar is hidden in older Microsoft browsers, including Internet Explorer and the legacy version of Edge. The first line of code specifically tells Internet Explorer and older Edge versions not to display the scrollbar. For Firefox, we have scrollbar with the value none. It achieves the same result, completely removing the scrollbar while preserving scrolling functionality. So again, with this change, even when expanding all question items, the scrollbar no longer appears and the interface remains visually clean. Alright, now let's enhance the expand all button by changing its icon and text dynamically based on the expand all state. So let's go ahead and find this button. It is placed in the FAQ list components. Let's find expand all. Here we have it. So I'm going to change the icon and the text dynamically. So I'm going to cut those classes. And instead of quotes, we need curly braces with backticks. Let's paste back the class names. So after BX, I'm going to open $sign. And I'm going to insert here expand all. If it is true, we need BX collapse alt. And if it is false, we need BX expand alt. Actually, we can get rid of BX from those classes and add it here with the dash sign. Then I'm going to get rid of this class at all. As for the text, I'm going to cut this out. Then open curly braces. We need again expand all. If it is true, we need collapse all. And if it is false, we need expand all. Okay, so once we click the button, then the icon and the text will be changed accordingly. So as you can see, everything works perfectly. All right, so now the next thing that I'm going to do is to take care of the smooth scrolling when the last items, last questions are expanded. As you can see, when users expand the last question items, the newly open answer remains out of the view, forcing users to manually scroll down. To improve this, we need to automatically scroll to the open FAQ item. We will use the useEffect hook to achieve this behavior. So inside this component, FAQ list component, I'm going to import useEffect. Then I'm going to use useEffect hook here. We need here a dependency array. So this effect will trigger whenever the OpenID state changes, ensuring that when a question is expanded, it smoothly scrolls into view. Inside here, I'm going to use if statements, where we will have the following condition. We need OpenID, followed by the AND operator. Then we need type of window not equals to undefined. Well, the Copilot is suggesting here the code, but I prefer to write it manually. So this condition checks if OpenID exists and ensures that the window object is available Actually, it is important for server-side rendering environments. Next, we need to add here set timeouts. Let's add here callback function. And we need here the second parameter, which is going to be the amount of time. And I'm going to add here 100 milliseconds. So the set timeout function introduces a slight delay equal to 100 milliseconds to allow the content to expand first before attempting to scroll. Next, inside here, I'm going to add new variable, which is going to be, let's call it first, elements. It should be equal to, as you can see, the Copilot is suggesting the code. Let's use it because it is correct. So once the content is fully expanded, we use document.getElementById with this ID to locate the expanded question item. Next, we need to apply scroll into view with behavior smooth to create a natural scrolling effect. So here we need if statement where we have to check if element exists or not. Then we need element dot scroll into view. Let's go ahead and use this code. I'm going to get rid of the inline property from here. And down below, we have to add OpenID in the dependency array. After implementing this, whenever a question item expands, the page will automatically scroll down smoothly, ensuring that the content remains visible. Now, if I click last item, you will see that the page scrolls up smoothly. But actually, I think that's not quite what we need here. Let's compare it to the finished, the original project. Well, as you can see, we have here much better. Let's go to the FAQ item component, and I think we have the problem with this element here. Overflow hidden, transition all, duration 300. We need to add here is out. And also let's make transition 200. Make it quicker. Now let's reload the page. Click, and here we go. Now we have much better result, and actually it is similar to the original project. Alright, now we have to refine the visual designs of the FAQ items when expanded. Starting with the question button, we need to modify its styles to visually indicate when an item is open. So let's go ahead and find the question button, this button here. So I'm going to cut the entire class. Then we need to add here curly braces with backticks. Let's paste back the class. I'm going to find cursor pointer. So all the classes that are after cursor pointer will be used when is open is false. So we need here is open. If it is true, we need some classes, and if it is false, we need the classes that we cut a minute ago. Well, something's wrong here. Let's add here colon and add here the classes that we cut. As for the case when is open is true, I'm going to add here quickly some classes. We need pg gradient to right from indigo 200 via purple 200 to indigo 200 / 90. Then we need here dark mode. On dark mode, we need from indigo 900 / 80. Then dark via purple 900 / 80. Then again, we need dark mode to indigo 900 / 70. Then we need text purple 700 followed by dark mode, and the text is going to be white And finally, we need fonts. Actually, we need here font medium. Well, I think that everything is correct here. Let's quickly check the codes. So I think that everything is correct. Now, if I expand, well, that's not what we need here. We have a mistake. Let's check dark via purple. 980 from indigo, 980 to indigo. Well, we need here slash. Now everything's correct. Okay, after that, I'm going to modify the plus button, actually the container of the plus button. Let's find these elements. Here we have it. So I'm going to cut the class. Then again, we need here curly braces with backticks, paste back the class. Next, I'm going to cut those two classes and add them here. So here we have to pass again $, curly braces is open. If it is true, then we need some classes, and if it is false, then we have to use those classes. I'm going to cut them out and paste them here. As for the first case, we need to pass here bg gradient to right, followed by from indigo 600 to purple 600. Then we need dark mode from indigo 500, then dark to purple 500, and finally we need shadow MD. Okay, let's open the questions. So the background is changed. Now we have to take care of this plus icon. I'm going to customize iElement. Let's cut those classes. So we need the same thing here. I'm going to open curly braces with backticks, paste back the classes. After bx, we need to open curly braces with is open. If it is true, then we need bx minus. And if it is false, then we need bx plus. I'm going to get rid of this class. And here I'm going to open again curly braces. We need is open. If it is true, we need text white. And if it is false, we need those classes. So let's cut them and paste them here. Okay, so I think, well, we have here some transition, which we don't need. So I'm going to get rid of this transition from here. I think we don't need it. Okay, so now everything works fine. Alright, so that's it about the design refinements of the elements. Next we have to customize the dark light theme. Currently, when users refresh the page, the dark mode preference resets. To maintain the user's choice, we need to store the theme preference in local storage. So let's modify the useState initialization for dark mode. I'm going to open up.jsx file and I'm going to modify this code here. So instead of the false value, I'm going to add here a callback function where we have to create new variable. It's going to be saved theme. Then we need local storage dot get item. Inside here, I'm going to add dark mode. Then we need return saved theme with the conditional statement, and we need this code here. Okay, so unlike a regular useState false, this version retrieves the user's previously selected mode from local storage. The goal is to ensure that if a user previously enabled dark mode, it remains activated even after they close or reopen the browser. The function inside useState is an initializer function, which means it only runs once when the component mounts. Instead of setting a hard-coded false as the default value, it first attempts to retrieve a saved value from local storage. The first line checks if there is already a stored value for dark mode, if this is the first time the user is visiting the site, or if they have never switched to dark mode before, local storage.getItem with dark mode will return null. The next part determines what the initial value of dark mode should be. If saved mode exists, it is converted back into a boolean using json.parse because local storage can only store strings. This ensures that true remains true and false remains false when retrieving the value. If saved mode is null, meaning no preference has been stored yet, the default value of false is returned, ensuring that the website starts in light mode. Next, we need to add the following line right after this if statement. As you can see, we have here a suggestion. Let's use it. So we have local storage.setItem with dark mode. Then inside here we have json.stringify with again dark mode. So this line ensures that whenever the dark mode state changes, the new value is saved in local storage. Since local storage only supports string data, json.stringify is used to convert the boolean value into a string. Each time the user toggles dark mode, this line runs, updating local storage with the latest selection. That way, the next time the user visits the site, the previously saved theme will be retrieved and applied automatically. Now, if we reload the page, the dark mode will be remained. If we change the mode into light and reload the page, we will get here the light mode again. Okay, so everything is working perfectly. Let's shrink the window to see if the project looks good on smaller screens. Well, we have here a tiny issue. I'm going to change the color of the minus sign on light mode. So let's go back to the FAQ item and find this element here. So we need text white. We have here a typo. Now, here we have it. Alright, let's quickly dive in and take a detailed look at the final project we're going to build today. First of all, we have a modern, beautifully designed website header built entirely with React and Tailwind CSS version 4. Right away, you will notice the elegant and subtle background patterns we created using advanced CSS techniques combined seamlessly with Tailwind's latest features. At the top right corner, we have a clean, intuitive dark and light mode toggle button. Clicking this button smoothly transitions between dark and light themes. Moving on, our header section itself is rich with interactive and visually appealing components. We've incorporated attention-grabbing badges to highlight important information or new features. Our main heading uses vibrant gradient text effects, giving the whole section a fresh look. Below the headline, we've added some interactive buttons that invite users to explore the website or access additional resources like documentation. Each button includes hover animations, making the user experience enjoyable and intuitive. At the bottom of our header, we've created a user reviews section. Here we are displaying user avatars obtained from the Random User Generator API, adding an authentic and professional touch to the design. On the right side of our hero section, we've created a stylish, modern-looking visual element replicating a realistic code editor window. This little visual detail makes the design instantly appealing, especially to developers. Inside this window, we are displaying an image of actual code which changes dynamically depending on the selected theme. When you are in light mode, you see a code snippet with a light background. Switch to dark mode and the image seamlessly updates to a version optimized for darker themes. Next up, let's talk about two visual elements, the small bouncing badges we've added to our hero section. At the bottom left side of our hero section, you will notice a neatly designed badge labeled responsive. The badge gently moves up and down, creating a smooth bouncing animation. Similarly, toward the upper right area of the section, there is another badge labeled accessible, and it also bounces gently. Of course, the entire layout is fully responsive, ensuring that the website looks excellent and functions perfectly on devices of any size, from large desktop screens to mobile phones. Alright, so since we already know what we are going to build, let's jump straight into it and start coding. Alright, first things first, let's start fresh from scratch. Right here on my desktop I have an empty folder. I'll quickly open it in VS Code. Next, let's bring up the built-in VS Code terminal by pressing Ctrl plus backtick. And now it's time to create our brand new React application. To do this, we'll use Vite, which is super fast and lightweight. Just type the following command. We need npm create Vite at latest. Then we need the name of the application, which is going to be dark light toggle, followed by dash 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 template. And finally, we need React. Vite will fetch all the necessary files and set up a fresh React project for us with a minimal template. This command might prompt you for framework selection, and you should go with React and then JavaScript. So as you can see, a new folder is created with some default files and folders. Next, we need to navigate into our newly created project folder with cd dark light toggle. We are now inside our project directory, and now let's add the Tailwind CSS4 to our project. For that, we have to run npm install Tailwind CSS, followed by add Tailwind CSS /Vite. So this command will install the latest version of Tailwind CSS and the official Vite plugin, making integration smooth and easy. Once the installation finishes, you will see the newly added dependencies in the project. Alright, next we need to configure Tailwind CSS, and remember, in Tailwind CSS version 4, things have gotten even simpler. We no longer need the Tailwind config file at all. Instead, we'll configure Tailwind directly inside our vite.config file. So here, I'm going to add import Tailwind CSS from, we need here add Tailwind CSS /Vite. And then down below, we have to pass here Tailwind CSS next to React. Next, we have to configure our CSS file. I'm going to open index.css file. Let's clear it out and insert here add import Tailwind CSS. Previously, we had directives like Tailwind base, components, and utilities. However, Tailwind CSS version 4 has simplified things significantly. Now we just need this single import line to include everything. Alright, now I'm going to clean up unnecessary files and folders. First, go to the public folder and remove this SVG icon. Next, I'm going to get rid of assets folder. Also, we don't need app.css file. Next, I'm going to open up app.jsx file and remove this entire code from here. And I'm going to create a new React functional component. For that, I'm going to use shortcut RAFCE. So as you can see, a new React functional component is created. This awesome shortcut comes from the popular extension called ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native Snippet. So I recommend to install this extension and use this shortcut to create new React functional components. Alright, next let's build a hero component. Inside the src folder, I'm going to create new folder. Let's call it components. And here I'm going to create new file. It's going to be hero.jsx. Let's create a new React functional component using again RAFCE shortcut. Then open up the JSX file. Actually, let's close those two files. I'm going to import hero from components hero, and then I'm going to nest it here. We need hero. Okay, finally, let's run the project in our browser to see what we've got so far. I'm going to run the following command, npm run dev. So here, Vite starts a development server, and it provides a local URL. We need to press Alt and then click this URL. So as you can see, our project is up and running in the browser. At this point, you should see a minimal, clean application with your newly created hero component displayed. To make things comfortable, I'll place my browser and the editor side by side, like so. It will make switching between the editor and the browser a bit easier. Alright, so our React and Tailwind CSS4 project environment is ready, and we can actually start building the application. Let's move on and set up our HTML file properly. I'm going to remove this SVG fob icon, and also I'm going to change the title. I'm going to insert here dark light mode. Now, to make our project look sleek and professional, I'll be using two external resources throughout this video. The first one is Box Icons, an excellent and easy to use icon library, and also Google Fonts, specifically a nice and clean font called Prompt. Let's quickly set this up. First, we'll integrate Box Icons. Head over to the official Box Icons website. I'm going to search for Box Icons. So this is the official website of the Box Icons library. You can see here lots of different icons. In order to use this library, I'm going to click Usage. Then we need import the CSS, and we have to grab this CDN link. Let's paste it in the head element in our HTML document. Next, we have to take care of the Google Fonts. Let's go ahead and visit the Google Fonts website. Search for Google Fonts. I'm going to visit the website and search for font called Prompts. So here we have it. Let's click it. Then we need get font, get embed code, copy the code from here, and like the box icon CDN link, I'm going to paste the links here. Alright, now to ensure this font applies globally to our entire project, I'm going to open index.css file. Then I'm going to select every element using an asterisk. And I'm going to set font family to prompts sans serif. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the font of this text is changed and everything works properly. Alright, it's time to jump into creating our dark and light mode toggle functionality. This will be a key feature of our project, and we're going to set it up step by step to make sure everything is clear and easy to follow. First, we'll create the basic functionality for toggling between dark and light modes using React State. Once we've got that working smoothly, we'll move on to building and customizing our hero section. After we finish setting up and polishing our hero component, we'll return to enhance our dark and light mode toggle even further. Specifically, we'll implement functionality to remember the user's theme choice using log storage, making sure the chosen theme persists even when the user refreshes or leaves and returns to the site. And finally, we'll also add a neat feature that automatically matches our site's theme with the user's system preference. So if the user hasn't manually selected a theme yet, our website will intelligently detect whether their operating system prefers dark or light mode and adjust accordingly. So let's head over to the app.jsx file. I'm going to close those files and create a simple toggle button for switching themes. First of all, I'm going to add some classes to the wrapper development. I'm going to add here minimum height screen. It means that we set minimum height to 100 viewport height. Next, I'm going to add here PG neutral 100. And also, let's set position to relative. Now, inside this development, right before the hero component, I'm going to open button. Let's add to the button some classes. We need position fixed. Then I'm going to set to position to 3 for smaller screens. For larger screens, I mean for LG breakpoint, I'm going to set top to 4. Then we need right position is going to be 3 for smaller screens, and then LG breakpoint, right position is going to be 4. Next, I'm going to define the size of the button. We need width equal to, let's say, 9. As for the height, it's going to be 9 as well. Then we need LG breakpoints. The width is going to be 10. And then we have to define height. It's going to be 10 as well. Next, we need the flex layout. Let's add here flex, followed by justify center. Then we need items center. Also, I'm going to make the element fully rounded using rounded full. Then we need to change the background color. It's going to be amber 500. Then let's set text to neutral 950. Also, I'm going to add here a shadow. It's going to be LG. Then we need hover effects. On hover, I'm going to change the background. It's going to be amber 600. And finally, let's use transition colors. The content of the button is going to be elements from the box icons. Let's add here classes. We need BX moon. Then we need text LG for smaller screens, and after LG breakpoint, we need text to be XL. Alright, let's go to the browser. As you can see, we've placed here a neat button fixed at the top right corner, and we used one of the box icons, BX moon, to represent the light theme for now. Alright, next let's dive deeper and actually make our dark and light toggle button functional. To achieve this, we need a way to track the current theme, dark or light, in our React application. First things first, we need to create a state variable, and for this we'll use React's hook called useState. At the top, I'm going to import useState from React, and then I'm going to create new state variable. It's going to be dark mode. Then we need set dark mode and use state hook with the value false. So this state will keep track of whether dark mode is active or not. Initially, we're setting it to false, which means by default the application will start in light mode. Next, we need a function to toggle this state. Basically, whenever the user clicks the button, we want to switch from dark to light or from light to dark. So let's go ahead and create a new function. I'm going to call it toggle dark mode. Well, here we have the suggestion. Let's use it. Inside here, I'm going to set dark mode to not dark mode. Let's use this suggestion. For now, I'm going to get rid of this code. Okay, so this function simply flips the current value of dark mode. If dark mode is currently set to false, which means light mode, clicking the button sets it to true, which is dark mode, and vice versa. Now we've got our state and toggle function set up, but the page won't actually change visually yet. To make our theme toggle truly interactive, we need to apply or remove a specific CSS class called dark from the root HTML element. To handle this correctly, we'll use another built-in React hook useEffect. Let's first update our import to include this hook. We need useEffect. Then I'm going to create useEffect hook. Let's use this suggestion and remove dark mode for now. So the reason we need useEffect here is because it lets us perform side effects, actions that happen outside our component's immediate logic, such as directly updating the DOM when the component's state changes. Next, we need to use an if statement inside the useEffect hook. So we need if statement where we check if dark mode is true or false. So if this condition is true, then we need this code here. It means that we add class dark to the root HTML element. And if dark mode is false, then we need else statement where we have to remove class dark from the root HTML element. And finally, I'm going to specify dark mode in the dependency array. It means that the useEffect hook will run only when the state variable dark mode changes. Otherwise, it won't run. Alright, so now that we've set everything up logically, we need to connect this functionality to our button. For this, we will use a simple onClick event handler on our toggle button. So here I'm going to add onClick event handler, and on click we have to call toggle dark mode function. So every time the button is clicked, our toggle dark mode function runs, changing the theme state and ultimately updating our website's appearance accordingly. Now, we still need to fully implement our dark theme styles. Let's quickly update our wrapper div element styles. I'm going to add here dark class. And on dark mode, we have to change background to neutral 950. Let's jump into the browser and see what's happening. Currently, you should see that the background color immediately turned dark because we've manually added the dark class to our HTML element through state. However, when we try clicking the toggle button, it doesn't seem to switch between themes yet. This is expected at this point. The issue is that we haven't yet configured Tailwind CSS to recognize our dark mode class. In Tailwind CSS version 4, we handle this differently than before. Let's quickly fix this by updating our CSS file. So here we need to pass the following code. We need add custom variant followed by dark. Then we need ampersand followed by where. And inside here I'm going to pass dot dark, then dot dark with the star. Make sure that you have the space here. Now let's go back to the browser. So as you can see, now everything works fine, and we have here dark and light modes by clicking this icon here. So what this line does is tell Tailwind CSS explicitly that whenever we add the class dark anywhere on our page, all the Tailwind utility classes that begin with dark should activate accordingly. Alright, to make the transition smoother, let's add to the developments in the app.js file class transition colors, and then we need duration 300. So now the transition effect is smoother and we have much better result here. Now let's go ahead and enhance the user experience by making our theme toggle button more intuitive. Right now, our button always shows a moon icon, which typically indicates dark mode. It would be more logical and user-friendly if the icon switched dynamically, displaying a sun when dark mode is active and a moon when it's inactive. So to do this, let's slightly modify our button icons JSX code. So here I'm going to cut these classes. Then I'm going to add here curly braces with backticks. Let's paste back the classes. So here I'm going to get rid of moon. Then we need here dash, $sign, then curly braces. I'm going to insert here a conditional statement. We need dark mode. If this is true, then the class name is going to be sun. And if it is false, then the class name will be moon. So we are using here a JavaScript template literal to dynamically choose between two icon class names, sun or moon. Again, if dark mode is currently true, meaning dark mode is active, the button displays the sun icon. This indicates to the user that clicking it will switch back to light mode. Then if dark mode is false, the button shows the moon icon, signaling that clicking will activate dark mode. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we are on dark mode and the icon is sun. If we click it, then the icon will switch to the moon. Alright, with our button working perfectly, it's finally time to start adding some exciting content to our hero section. First, let's create an eye-catching background grid pattern, which is shown on the light mode. I mean those dots and lines. Let's go to the VS Code. I'm going to modify the code here in the app.js file. Right after wrapper development, I'm going to open another div with the classes absolute. Then we need inset 0, which means that we set all four position properties like top, right, bottom, and left to 0. Then we need -z 10. Now I'm going to talk about two important points regarding this wrapper. First, you notice that we use here -z 10. By applying a negative z index, we are ensuring this background stays behind all our other elements. It essentially pushes our decorative background further into the background layer. Second, we'll also need to add the isolate class to our main wrapper div. I mean these elements, we need isolate. The isolate class creates a new stacking context in Tailwind CSS. ensuring no other external elements interfere or break our z-index layering. It basically isolates our wrapper, keeping all child elements neatly contained and stacked appropriately. Let's now add two beautiful background patterns. So inside the div elements, I'm going to open another div with the classes absolute. Then we need inset 0, followed by opacity 30, and then we need dark class hidden. So on dark mode, we hide those patterns. All right, now we have to use the style attribute here instead of pure Tailwind classes because we are creating a complex pattern that isn't achievable using standard Tailwind utilities alone. So let's add here style attributes, and we have to pass here background image. Then we need linear gradient. The direction of color transition is going to be to right. Actually, this is the pure CSS code. Now I'm going to specify the color, and it's going to be RGBA value. The color is going to be black. We need zeros. And then we need opacity 0.05. After that, I'm going to add here 1 pixel. Then transparent. It is the second color. Then again, we need 1 pixel. Now I'm going to add here second linear gradient with the direction to bottom. Then we need RGBA. Again, the same color, so I'm going to grab these values and paste it here. Then I'm going to add here 1 pixel, followed by transparent 1 pixel. All right, so hopefully everything's correct. Let's check once again. We have linear gradient. The direction is to right, followed by RGBA value. We have here a black color with lower opacity 0.05, 1 pixel, transparent 1 pixel. Then we have second linear gradient. The direction is to bottom, RGBA black color with the same opacity 1 pixel, transparent 1 pixel. So I think everything's correct. Next we need to use the second property, which is background size. And we have to set background size to 40 pixels and then again 40 pixels. Okay, so this CSS creates two linear gradients, one running vertically and the other horizontally, to form a subtle grid pattern. Each gradient line is just 1 pixel wide, giving us thin, neat grid lines. The lines have a very slight opacity, 0.05, making the pattern gentle on the eyes. Next we have background size, which is set at 40 pixels by 40 pixels, creating uniform spacing between the grid lines, giving our design an organized and polished look. Now let's go to the browser and switch to the light mode. Now the pattern is barely visible, but if you look at the background closely, you will notice those lines, horizontal and vertical lines. All right, next we will add another subtle decorative element, a dotted pattern. Let's go back to the VS Code. And actually, I'm going to duplicate this element. So here we need absolute, insert 0, then get rid of opacity. We don't need it. We need here dark hidden. So in case of these elements, we need background image. And let's get rid of this code from here. Instead of linear gradient, we need radial gradient. And here I'm going to pass RGBA. We need 0, 0, 0. Then the opacity is going to be 0.1. Let's close the parenthesis. Next we need 1 pixel. Transparent 1 pixel. And then we need background size, which is going to be equal to 20 pixels. I mean 20 pixels twice. So we are using another CSS gradient, but this time a radial gradient to create dots instead of lines. Each dot has just 1 pixel of visible area surrounded by transparency. We set this pattern at 20 pixels by 20 pixels, spacing our dots closely together, complementing our wider grid lines beautifully. Now if we go to the browser, you should see a stylish, modern and subtle background pattern, thin grid lines and delicate dots, perfectly enhancing our hero section. Alright, let's go back to the VS Code and open up hero.js file. I'm going to start adding some content here. We're going to create a beautiful, subtle background element first. I mean this yellow background elements. So let's go back to the VS Code, get rid of this text from here. Inside the div elements, I'm going to open another div with the classes absolute. Then we need again insert 0, followed by minus z 10. We are using the same approach here. We need here class isolate. Then inside the div elements, I'm going to open another div with the classes absolute. Then we need top position, it's going to be 0. Then we need a negative left position, we need minus left. It means that we set left position to minus 25%. Next, I'm going to define the width and height. The width is going to be 50%. And then we need height, which is going to be 50% as well. After that, I'm going to define the background. We need here amber 400. Then dark mode. On dark mode, we need amber 500. And then I'm going to make the element rounded full, followed by the blur effect. Let's set blur to 3XL. And finally, I'm going to set opacity to 20. Now let's quickly head over to the browser and see how it looks. You will immediately see a gentle, pleasing yellow glow in the top left corner of your hero section. However, you might notice that we suddenly can't click the toggle button anymore. The button is now unresponsive. Let's fix this quickly. The reason is that our newly added background div now overlaps the toggle button invisibly. To resolve this, simply go to your toggle button in app.jsx file and add a higher z-index property. So here we have button, and I'm going to add here z, let's say 10. Let's go back to the browser. So now we are able to click and switch between light and dark modes. Alright, next up, let's move on to creating some nice informational badges for our hero section. I mean those two badges with the text new and next generation design system. Let's create those two badges. Let's go back to the VS Code, open up hero.jsx file. Right after this div elements, I'm going to open another div, and let's add here class container. So the Tailwind CSS container class is a very useful utility. It centers your content horizontally on the page, provides consistent horizontal padding, and ensures that the content never stretches beyond a comfortable maximum width. This makes your page look clean, professional, and responsive across all devices. Next, we need MX Auto, followed by PX 6, then we need PY 20. It is for smaller screens. Now let's define empty breakpoint, and PY is going to be 24. Then for LG breakpoint, I'm going to set padding, vertical padding to 28. And finally, we need Excel breakpoint. Padding Y is going to be 32. After that, I'm going to open another div elements. Let's add to it some classes. So in this part, we will need a couple of different divs. Let's add here flex. Then we need flex column. We have to change the direction of the flex layout. Then we need flex column for smaller screens. And then we need LG breakpoint. On larger screens, we need flex row. The horizontal layout of the flex items. Next, I'm going to set items center, followed by the gap 8. Then we need LG breakpoint. Gap is going to be 12 for larger screens. Then we need Excel breakpoints. For extra large screen sizes, we need gap equal to 16. Inside the development, I'm going to open another one. Let's add here class names. So for this development, we need flex1. Then we need space y6. We need space vertically between the flex items. Actually, this is for smaller screens. Then we need LG breakpoint. For larger screens, I'm going to set space y to 7. All right, that's it about this development. Next, we need another div. Let's add here some classes. I'm going to set space y to 4 for smaller screens, and then we need LG breakpoint, space y, and it's going to be 5. Okay, so now I'm going to add one more development with the classes flex, and then we need items center. Okay, so I hope that we have all developments in place, and now I'm going to use here span elements with the classes inline flex. Then I'm going to set items to center. I'm going to use padding, horizontal padding equal to 2. Then we need padding y, the vertical padding, it's going to be 0.5. Then I'm going to make the element rounded using rounded full class. Then the text is going to be the text size. Then we need font medium. Also, I'm going to change the background color. In this case, let's use color called indigo. And we need here 900. Then the color of the text is going to be amber, 400. And finally, I'm going to set margin on the right side equal to 2. As the content of the span element, we need new. All right, so hopefully everything's correct. Let's go to the browser. As you can see, we have here nice and cool little badge with the text new. All right, next I'm going to create the second badge. This one. Let's go back to the VS Code. So right after span element, I'm going to open H2 heading elements. Let's add here a class name. We need inline block. Then I'm going to set px to 3. We need py 1.5. Then we need LG breakpoints, and for larger screens we need padding x equal to 4. Then again LG breakpoint, and we have to define padding y equal to 2. Next I'm going to make the element rounded using rounded full. Then we need PG neutral 900. Then the text is going to be, the color of the text is going to be amber, 400. Let's set font to medium. Then we need text equal to SM. Next, I'm going to use backdrop blur SM. Next, I'm going to use border. The color of the border is going to be neutral. And it's going to be 800, and the opacity 50%. Now inside here, I'm going to open I elements. We need an icon. Let's use here BX trending, followed by up. Then we need margin right equal to 1. And right after I element, I'm going to insert the following text. We need next generation design system. Okay, so I think that's it about the second batch. Let's go to the browser. Well, as you can see, we have here this nice and cool batch, and it looks exactly the same as we have in the finished original project. All right, next it's time to add our main hero heading and a descriptive paragraph. This is the heart of our hero section content. This heading and this paragraph here. So let's go back to the VS Code. Right after this closing div tag, I'm going to open H1 heading element, and let's add here some classes. We need text equal to 4XL. Then I'm going to add here empty breakpoint. Actually, this is for smaller screens. Now we need kind of larger screens, and text is going to be 5XL. Then we need LG breakpoint. On that breakpoint, text is going to be 6XL. And finally, we need extra large screen sizes, XL breakpoint. Text is going to be 7XL. Then I'm going to set font to extra bold. Then I'm going to set tracking tight. Actually, we need here tracking tight. It means that we decrease the space between the letters. Then I'm going to use text neutral 900. It is for light mode. As for the dark mode, the text is going to be white. Okay, now inside here, I'm going to open span elements with the classes block, followed by margin bottom 1. The content of this span element is going to be design, the first part of the heading. Then we need second span element, and I'm going to add to it some classes as well. So here we need PG clip, text, then text transparent. So we are using those classes because we're going to create some gradient effect. We need here transparent, and then we have to use PG gradient. The direction is going to be to right, then from amber 500 via amber 400 to amber 600. The content of this span element is going to be without limits. Now let's go to the browser. Here we go. We have here this nice and cool heading. Everything looks and works perfectly. Let's go ahead and add the paragraph. So right after H1 heading element, I'm going to use paragraph with the classes text base. Then we need LG breakpoint. Text is going to be LG for larger screens. Next, I'm going to set the color of the text to neutral 700. This is for the light mode. As for the dark mode, I'm going to set text to neutral 300. Then we need max width equal to 2XL. And lastly, I'm going to set font to light. Okay, so now we have to insert here the content of the paragraph. Actually, I have prepared the text here in my text file. I'm going to copy it and paste it here instead of writing it manually. Now let's go to the browser. So here we have this nice and cool paragraph. Alright, so the hero section now looks pretty good. The bold gradient enhanced headline immediately captures the user's eye. Next, we're going to add a subtle visual element, just a small line, followed by the text transition seamlessly. So let's go back to the VS Code. Let's add this code right after paragraph. We need div elements with the classes flags. Then we need gap 3 and items center. Inside the div element, I'm going to open another div with the classes. The height of the element is going to be 1 pixel. Then I'm going to set background to neutral 300. Next, I'm going to use dark mode. On dark mode, we need background to be neutral 700. And finally, the width is going to be 12. So this development will be an empty one. Right after development, I'm going to use paragraph with the classes uppercase. Then we need text access. Then I'm going to create some space between the letters using tracking widest. Then we need the color of the text. It's going to be neutral 500. Then dark mode. The text is going to be, the color of the text is going to be neutral 400. And the font is going to be medium. The content of the paragraph will be transitioned seamlessly. Okay, let's go ahead and check the browser. Now we see a neat thin horizontal line next to our uppercase text. Now let's continue by adding 2 interactive buttons beneath our heading and a description. I mean those two buttons here. Let's go back to the VS Code. So right after this closing div element, I'm going to open another div with the classes flex. Then we need flex wrap. Then the gap is going to be 3, and we need LG breakpoint. The gap on larger screens is going to be 4. Inside the div element, I'm going to open button. With the classes, we need padding X 6. Then padding Y is going to be 3. These paddings are for smaller screen sizes. Now for larger screen sizes, we need LGPX. I mean the horizontal padding equal to 7. Then we need LG breakpoint. The vertical padding PY is going to be 3.5. Then I'm going to make the button rounded using rounded LG. Then I'm going to change the background color. We need here neutral 900. This background color is for light mode. Let's add here hover effect. On hover, I'm going to change the background to black. Next, we need text white. Now it's time to customize the button for dark mode. On dark mode, we need background amber 500. Then we need dark hover. On hover, I'm going to set background to amber 600. Then we need dark mode for text color. So on dark mode, the text color is going to be neutral 900. The font will be medium. Then we need shadow LG. Then on hover, I'm going to change the shadow. So on hover, we need shadow neutral 900/20. It means that the shadow will have 20% opacity. Then we need dark mode, hover, and on hover the shadow will be amber 500/20, 20% of the opacity. Then we need flex, items center. Then I'm going to use transition for hover effects. And finally, I'm going to use group. The class group will help us to create hover effects with the child elements of this button. So inside here, I'm going to add I elements with the classes BX, then BX code, alt. Then we need margin right equal to 2. This is for smaller screens. Then we need LG breakpoint. Margin right is going to be 3. Then I'm going to set text to LG for smaller screens. On LG breakpoint, we need text XL. Then we need group, followed by hover. On hover, I'm going to rotate slightly the element. We need here rotate 12. And then transition, transform. Right after I element, I'm going to open span with the, actually we don't need here classes. Let's add here start coding. Okay, that's it about the first button. Hopefully everything's correct here. Let's go to the browser and yeah, we have here nice and cool button with this pretty nice hover effects. Okay. Now let's take care of the second button. So I'm going to duplicate this button here. I know that those buttons are kind of different, but anyways, I prefer to duplicate it and change the classes. So for second button, we need px6, then py3, LG breakpoint, px7, then LG breakpoint py 3.5. rounded LG, then we need BG neutral 100. Then on hover, we need BG neutral 800. So we need here neutral 800. Then the text is going to be neutral 900. Then on dark mode, we need text white. Let's get rid of this class from here. Actually, I forgot to check this button on light modes. let's switch to the light mode so everything looks good. Okay, let's go back and continue customizing the second button. Okay, so next we have dark mode, background amber 500. Actually, we don't need here hover. Let's change it into dark and get rid of those classes. On hover, we need BG neutral 200, and then on dark mode we need hover background, and it's going to be neutral 700. Okay, next we have font medium. Then I'm going to get rid of those shadows we don't need for the second button. Then we have flex, item center, transition, and group. Okay, so hopefully everything's correct here. We have so many classes that we might have a mistake. Well, we will see that. Let's take care of the I elements. So in case of the second button, we need bx book open, then margin right 2, then LG breakpoint, margin right 3. Next we have text LG followed by the LG breakpoint, text XL. Those are correct. Then I'm going to add here opacity 70. Next we have group hover, and in this case we don't need hover rotate. Instead of that, I'm going to add here opacity 100. Then transition is going to be opacity and not the transform. Okay, I think that's it about the I elements. Next we have span, and instead of start coding, I'm going to add here documentation. Actually, we need documentation. All right, so hopefully everything's correct. Let's go to the browser. So we have here the second button. Let's check the light modes. Well, let's compare to the original project. We are missing the border for the second button. Let's go ahead and fix that. I'm going to add here border. So we need border followed by border neutral 300, and on dark mode we need border neutral 700. Let's check the first button. Actually, we don't need here borders. Well, we are missing here S. We need item center. Okay, let's go ahead and check the results. Well, we need to center the icon of the second button. Actually, we need here items center as well. Now, hopefully, we have here the exact same buttons on both projects. All right, so that's it. We have two clearly labeled buttons, start coding and documentation. They are nicely styled with smooth transitions and hover effects, making them feel interactive and approachable. Next, let's enhance our hero section by adding user images with review details. I mean, this part here. So for this, we're going to use an external service called the Random User Generator. Let's quickly visit the website. Let's search for Random User Generator. I'm in this website here. This handy API lets us generate random user data, including realistic profile images. As you can see, we have here some URLs for images. In this case, we have men, but we can use these images for women as well. So we will use direct links to user images from this API in our project. Now let's go back to the VS Code. Right after this closing div elements, I'm going to open another div. Let's add here class name. We need flex, Next, we need flex column for extra small screen sizes. Then we need SM breakpoint. After SM breakpoint, the layout is going to be horizontal using flex row. Then we need gap 5. Then we need SM breakpoint and items center. Then padding top is going to be 6. As for the LG breakpoint, padding top will be 7. Then I'm going to use border top. The color of the border is going to be neutral, 200. And now we have to define border on the dark mode. On dark mode, border is going to be, the color of the border is going to be neutral, 800. Now inside this development, I'm going to open another div. And I'm going to add here some classes. We need flex and then negative space x3. Inside here, we need image. The source is going to be the link from here. I'm going to copy this URL, paste it here. So instead of 75, I'm going to use 21. And instead of men, let's use here women. Then we have alt attributes. I'm going to add here user. And besides that, we need here classes. So we need width 9, then height 9. Then we need LG breakpoint. Width is going to be 10. Then again, LG breakpoint. Height is going to be 10. We need the images to be rounded using rounded full. Next, I'm going to use border. The size is going to be 2. Then we need the color of the border. And I'm going to make it white on light mode. As for the dark mode, we need border neutral 900. And finally, let's use object cover. Okay, let's check if the URL works fine. Let's go to the project. As you can see, we have here, nice and cool, user image, which is fully rounded. Next, I'm going to create other images as well. I'm going to duplicate this element twice. Let's change the URL for second image. In this case, I'm going to use man. Let's say 12. As for the third image, it's going to be again women and 24. Let's go to the browser. We see 3 stacked profile images that overlap slightly, giving us a nice professional look. Each profile image feels authentic and realistic thanks to the Random User Generator API. Let's close this website. To emphasize community trust and popularity, we'll add one more circle showing how many additional users trust our product. This circle here. Let's go back to the VS Code. Right after this image element, I'm going to open span. And I'm going to add here classes. We need flex, followed by item center. Then we need justify center. Next, I'm going to define the width of the span elements. And actually, I think we need similar styles. So let's use those classes, add them here. And also, I'm going to add here text access, followed by font medium. The content of this span element is going to be plus 5k. Let's go to the browser. Well, something's wrong here. We need to add the background color. So let's add here PG neutral 900. As for the dark mode, we need here background amber 500. And also we have to make text white. As for the dark mode, we need text neutral 900. Well, now I think that everything's correct. Let's go to the browser. So here we go. We have here nice and cool span elements indicating more than 5,000 users. So we have the same results in both cases. Alright, so finally we have to complete our user review section by adding a star rating and a short testimonial. Let's go back to the VS Code, and right after these developments, I'm going to open another div with the classes space y1. Inside here, we need another div elements with the classes flags, item center. Actually, we need here items center. And inside here, I'm going to use the star icons. So I'm going to open iElement with the classes bx, bxs, star. Then we need text amber 500 and margin right 1. We need overall we need 5 stars. So let's duplicate these elements 4 times. The last star will be different because we need here half star. Let's add here half. And then go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here 5 stars. Next, we have to add here the span elements to specify the rating. Let's go back to the VS Code, and right after iElements, I'm going to open span elements with the classes text neutral 600. Then we need dark mode. Text is going to be neutral 400. Then the size of the text is going to be SM. And finally, we need margin left equal to 1. As for the content, I'm going to insert here 4.8/5. Let's go to the browser. So here we have the rating 4.8 from 5. Okay, next we have to add this text here. So let's go back to the VS Code, and after these developments, I'm going to open paragraph with the class name text neutral 600, then dark text neutral 400. The size of the text is going to be SM. As the content, I'm going to insert here trusted by, and here we need span elements with the classes font bold, text neutral 900. As for the dark mode, we need here text white. As for the content of the span element, we need 5000. Let's add here comma and then plus. After span elements, I'm going to add developers worldwide. All right, let's go back to the browser. Well, we need here text white. So that's it about the users and the testimonials. This section looks good on both modes, dark and light. Next, we need to create the screen on the right side of the section, which displays the editor with some code snippets. I mean this part here. So let's go back to the VS Code. So right after this development, I'm going to open another div with the classes. We need here flags 1, followed by width full, which is 100%. Inside the development, I'm going to open another div with the class name relative. We need position relative. Then inside here, we need another div. Let's add to its classes. We need relative. Then background is going to be white for light mode. Then we need dark mode. Background is going to be neutral 900. Then we need padding 4 for smaller screens. As for the larger screens, I mean LG breakpoint, the padding is going to be 5. Then we need Excel breakpoint, and the padding is going to be 6. Next, I'm going to make the element rounded using rounded class with the value 2XL. Then we need shadow 2XL. Next, I'm going to add here border. Then the color of the border is going to be neutral 200. Then we need dark mode. On dark mode, we need border neutral 800. All right, that's it about this element. Let's check the browser. Well, something's wrong here. Let's check the code. Actually, I'm going to cut this code because we have to place it not after this div, this closing div, but after this one. Now I hope the problem will be fixed. Let's go to the browser, and yes, now the element is aligned and positioned correctly. Let's go back to the VS Code. Inside the div element, I'm going to open another div with the class name flex. Then we need items center. Then we need justify center. Actually not center, but between. After that, I'm going to set margin bottom to 3, and we need LG breakpoint margin bottom 4. Inside this div element, we need another one with the classes flex, items center, and then gap 2. All right, so now inside this div element, I'm going to create the 3 circles. I mean those 3 circles. So let's do it using span elements. We need here span with the class width equal to 2.5. Then we need height equal to 2.5 as well. Then we need LG breakpoints where width is going to be 3. As for the height, actually we need here LG breakpoints, and then height is going to be 3 as well. We need to round it full. And then we have to define the background color. It's going to be red 500. Let's duplicate this element twice and change the colors. So for the second span element, we need background amber 500. As for the third span element, we need here background green 500. All right, let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here 3 circles like we have it in the original project. Let's go ahead and continue. Right after this closing div elements, I'm going to open another div with the classes. We need here text access. Then the color of the text is going to be neutral 500. Then we need dark mode. Text is going to be neutral 400. And I'm going to add here dark mode.jsx. Let's go to the browser. So here we have this file name. Actually, it looks similar to the original project. Okay, let's go ahead and continue working on that section. So right after this closing div tag, I'm going to open another div. And actually we are working right now on the screen. I mean this part here where we see this code. Let's go back to the VS Code and add to that development some classes. We need here height equal to 56. Then MD breakpoint, height is going to be 64. Then we need LG breakpoint, height is going to be 60. As for the Excel breakpoint, we need height 72. Then we need rounded LG. Also, we need to change the background color. It's going to be neutral 100. Then we need dark mode neutral. Actually, we need background neutral 800. Also, I'm going to use overflow hidden, and we need position route. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here nice and cool screen. Actually, those codes are the images. I mean both modes, light and dark. These are the images. Right now, we don't have here any images, but I have prepared the images folder, which I'm going to drag and drop inside the public folder. So as you can see, we have here images folder with 2 images, code dark and code light. As you can see, we have both images prepared. Okay, so right after, actually not after, but inside the developments, I'm going to insert image element. This source is going to be images. code light.png. Then the alt attribute is going to be code snippets for light mode. Then I'm going to add here class name. So we need width full, followed by the height full. We set both properties to 100%. Then we need object cover. Also, I'm going to use object left top. As for the dark mode, this image will be hidden. Now let's go ahead and duplicate this code. We need here dark, actually not here, but here. We need code dark. Then we need here dark modes. And I'm going to change here this class. Instead of hidden, we need block. Okay, I think that's it about the images. So as you can see, well, this is an original project. Well, now we have here the code snippet, the images for both light and dark modes. Everything works pretty well. Alright, the next thing that I'm going to do is to take care of this element here, which is animating. We have here dark light icon. So I'm going to create this element. So here, right after image element, I'm going to open div with the classes absolute. And then we need bottom position is going to be 4. As for the right position, we need 4 as well. Inside the div element, we need another div with the classes width 12. Then we need height 12. These are for smaller screens. Then we need LG breakpoint. The width is going to be 14. Then the height on LG breakpoints is going to be 14 as well. We need to make the element rounded using rounded full. Then we need background gradient. The direction is going to be to right. Then we need from amber 500. Actually, we are missing here dash. From amber 500 to indigo. Well, still missing the dash. 900. Then we need flex items center, followed by justify center. We have to center the icon inside the circle. Then we need text white. And also I'm going to use shadow LG. And lastly, we need to add animation. And I'm going to use Tailwind animations, which are integrated, built in 4th version already. So I'm going to add here animate pulse. Let's go to the browser. So we have here circle, which is animating. We have nice and cool background, gradient in fact. And we have to insert here in the center of the circle, the icon, this icon. So let's go back to the VS Code and right inside the div elements, I'm going to open I elements with the classes bx brightness half, followed by text XL. Then we need LG breakpoint, text to XL, and actually that's it. Let's go to the browser. So here we have the icon in the center, and actually with this element we are done. Next, I'm going to take care of the bottom part of the screen. Those 3 elements, we have to create them as well. Let's go back to the VS Code. So right after these div elements, I'm going to open another div. Well, we have so many div elements, and actually it's kind of monotonic, but that's the way how it works. So we need here class name, margin top 3, then LG breakpoint, margin top 4. Next, we need flex layout with justify between and items center. Inside here, I'm going to open another div element. Let's add here flex followed by gap 2. And here we need to create span elements. Let's add to the span elements some classes. We need px 2.5, then py. It's going to be 1. Then we need LG breakpoint. Px is going to be 3. Then I'm going to make the element rounded using rounded full. Next we need background, it's going to be neutral, 900. Then text is going to be amber, 400. Then we need text XS, followed by font medium. Next I'm going to add here flex, followed by items center. Alright, so inside this span element we have two insert I elements, and it's going to be BX, BXL, Tailwind, CSS, margin right 1, and then we need text Tailwind version 4. Okay, let's go to the browser. So we have here the icon of the Tailwind and then the text Tailwind version 4. Next we have to take care of the React icon and text. So I'm going to duplicate this code. We have to change the colors. So in case of the React icon, we need background neutral 100. Then we need dark background neutral 800. Then text is going to be indigo with 900. Then we need dark mode. Text is going to be indigo 400. Then we need border, followed by border neutral 200. And then dark mode border neutral 700. All other classes will remain the same. Actually, we have to change the logo, the icon of the React. So we need here BX, BXL, React, and then change the text, add here React. Alright, so that's it about the React. Let's go to the browser. Here we have React logo and the text. Let's check them on light mode and compare it to the original project. So everything seems to be correct. Well, we need this shadow. That's why we have here the difference between those two projects. Okay, let's take care of the third icon, which is this copy icon. I'm going to go back to the VS Code. Right after this closing div tag, we need to open button with the classes. We need width 8, followed by height 8. Then we need LG breakpoint, width is going to be 9. Then again LG breakpoint, height is going to be 9. Next we need XL breakpoint, width is going to be 10. Then let's set height to 10. Next we need flex layout with items center and justify center. Then we need to make the element rounded using rounded full, followed by background amber 500. Then we need text neutral 900, followed by the hover. We need here background amber 600. And then transition for smoother effects. Inside the button, I'm going to insert I element with the classes. We need BX, BX copy. And the size of the text is going to be SM. Okay, let's go to the browser. And actually that's it. With these three elements, we are done. Next we need to create this nice and cool shadow effect that is placed behind the screen. So let's go back to the VS Code. So we need to scroll up and find those wrappers. So inside the div elements, which has class relative, I'm going to open another div with the classes absolute. Then we need minus inset equal to 0.5. It means that we set 4 properties, top, right, bottom, and left, all 4 properties to 0.5, actually to minus 0.5. Then we need background gradient with the direction to right. Then we need the first color from amber 500 to indigo 900. Then we need rounded XL to XL, followed by blur XL. Then we need to decrease the opacity. Let's make it 50%. And also I'm going to add the animation, animate pulse. Okay, so I think everything's correct. Let's go to the browser. And here we go. We have here this nice and cool animated shadow. Well, something's wrong here because actually the difference between those two projects is the font size of this text. In the original project we have kind of smaller text. So let's go ahead and find this element. So here we have it. I'm in this paragraph. Well, as you can see, we have here typo. We need text SM. Now we have here the exact same results in both projects. All right, so now it's time to create those two bouncing badges because all other elements are created. Let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to create new development right before this closing div tag. I'm going to add here developments with the classes hidden. Then we need empty block. So on smaller screens, those bouncing elements will be hidden. As for the larger screens, they will be visible. Next, we need absolute position. Then bottom position is going to be 8. Then we need left position, it's going to be 8 as well. Then we need LG breakpoint, and bottom position is going to be 10. As for the left position, it's going to be 10. And finally, we need animate bounce. Inside here, I'm going to open another development with the class name bg neutral 900, followed by text white. Then we need px 2.5, py 1.5. Then I'm going to add here rounded LG. The size of the text is going to be SM, actually not SM but XS. Then we need LG breakpoint, and the size of the text is going to be SM. Next, I'm going to add here flex, followed by item center. And finally, we need shadow LG. Now, inside this development, I'm going to open iElements with the classes. We need here bx, bx, check, circle. Let's get rid of this 0. Then we need margin right equal to 1. Text is going to be amber 500. And right after iElement, I'm going to add responsive. Okay, let's go to the browser and switch the project. So we have here this nice and cool bouncing text. And it looks good on light mode as well. All right. Let's take care of the second bouncing text, and actually I'm going to duplicate this code. So in case of the second bouncing elements, we need to change the position. We need absolute position. Then instead of bottom position, I'm going to use top with the value 16. Then on LG breakpoint, top position is going to be 20. As for the left position, I'm going to get rid of it. We need the right position equal to 15%. It's going to be the arbitrary value. As for the LG breakpoint, right position is going to be 20%. Then we need, actually let's get rid of this left position. We need the same animation, animate bounce, followed by delay 300. Next we have these developments, and actually we don't need to change here anything. The only thing that we have to change is the text here, we need accessible. Let's go to the browser. So here we go. Both bouncing badges look pretty nice and work seamlessly. Alright, so we've done a great job so far. We successfully built out our hero section. Everything looks clean and professional, and the overall design is really coming together. Let's check if the project is responsive. I'm going to shrink the window. So, as you can see, it looks pretty good. And actually it is responsive. On smaller screen sizes, the layout is changed. We have the vertical direction, and actually it looks pretty nice and great. Alright, so there is still one important feature we need to add. Currently, when we reload or refresh the page, the selected theme, whether dark or light, is reset, and we lose our preference. To fix this, we're going to implement local storage functionality. This way, the website will remember your selected theme even after you refresh or revisit the page, providing a much better user experience. Now let's briefly talk about local storage and why we need it here. Local storage is a built-in feature of modern web browsers that allows websites to store small amounts of data right on your device. Think of it as a small, persistent storage area that your browser provides, letting websites remember information even after you close the tab or refresh the page. You can easily check what's stored in local storage by opening the developer tools, and by going to application. You can find here local storage, and here will be stored key value pairs. Okay, now let's go ahead and implement this in our project. Open the app.jsx file, and inside the user fact hook, right after adding the dark class, let's save the user's preference in local storage like this. We need local storage dot set item. Then inside here we need theme and dark. This single line of code clearly says when the user activates dark mode, store the value dark under the key theme in local storage. Later, whenever the app loads, we can easily retrieve this information. Next, after removing the dark class, we will update the stored value as well. So we have to add here local storage dot set item, theme and light. So let's use this suggestion. Again, very straightforward. When we switch back to light mode, we are simply updating the stored preference in local storage to the value light. Now we need to make sure our state variable reads this saved preference when our application loads. For this, we will modify the default value of our state variable slightly. We need a function here instead of a simple true or false, because we must check local storage first before deciding on our initial state. So here is how we will do it. I'm going to get rid of this value from here. Then we need a callback function. And inside here, I'm going to create a variable which is going to be saved theme. Actually, let's use this code. And after that, we have to return saved theme equal to dark. Okay, so let's break this down clearly. First, we use a function to initialize our state because we want this check to run only once at the initial render for better performance. Inside this function, we retrieve the value stored in local storage under the key theme. If the saved theme is dark, our state starts as true. Otherwise, it defaults to false. Let's test this in the browser now. I'm going to refresh the page. Then switch between the dark and light modes. And again, refresh the page. Well, as you can see, we have here dark mode even after refreshing the page. Let's go to the developer tools and open application. So as you can see, we have here theme dark. Let's change dark into light. Now we have here theme light. So as you can see, everything works perfectly. Great. Now let's take our project one step further by intelligently detecting the user's system theme preference Basically, many modern operating systems like Windows, macOS, or mobile operating systems allow users to select a global preference, dark or light mode, that websites can detect automatically. Now, let's go ahead and modify our code again slightly to incorporate this feature. So, inside this function, I'm going to create if statement where we have to check if saved theme is true or false. If it is true, then we have to return this code here. And if it is false, then we need else statement where we have to return the following. We need window dot, actually the compiler suggests the correct code. Let's go ahead and use it. So let me explain what's going on here. First, we check if there is a user preference already saved in local storage. If yes, we respect this choice. If there is no saved preference, meaning the user hasn't yet selected a theme, we instead check the system level preference. We use the JavaScript media query window.matchMedia with this value here and with this property, and it checks the user's operating system settings. If the user's operating system is set to dark mode, we activate dark mode, and otherwise the app stays in light mode. Again, let's test this in the browser. If you clear the local storage and refresh your page, your application now automatically respects your system theme preference. If I check my settings and go to personalization and select colors, you will see here that I have selected dark as the default theme. Alright, so that's it. We've come to the end. Let's quickly go ahead and recap what we have accomplished. We built a clean, responsive hero section using React and Tailwind CSS 4. We added a fully functional dark and light mode toggle. We improved the user experience significantly by storing the user's theme preference in local storage. And finally, we even integrated automatic detection of the user's system-level theme preference. Once we are familiar with the latest Tailwind CSS 4 features, now it's time to put them into practice and build something from scratch. Theory is great, but nothing beats hands-on experience. So in this board, we're going to take everything we will learn and create a stunning, modern authentication form with Tailwind CSS 4. This project will not only help us solidify our understanding of the new features, but also showcase how we can build beautiful and interactive UIs with Tailwind's latest version. This is a React project, but don't worry, there won't be too much React-specific code since our main focus is on Tailwind CSS. We'll use React simply to manage the state of the form and toggle between sign-in and sign-up views dynamically. But everything else will be centered around styling and layout using Tailwind's powerful utility classes. Now let's talk about the project itself. We're going to build a sleek and fully responsive sign-in and sign-up form with a futuristic design. The entire page will have a visually appealing gradient background that transitions smoothly between deep blue shades, creating a modern and polished look. To make things even more dynamic, we'll introduce 3 glowing radial gradient circles in the background, one right behind the form card, which will pulse slowly to add subtle animation and bring some life to the UI. At the center of the page, we'll have a beautifully styled authentication card with a slight glass morphism effect. It will have a semi-transparent background with a soft blur, giving it that elegant appearance. This card will house both the sign-in and sign-up forms, and will make them fully interactive, allowing users to toggle between them seamlessly. If the user is signing up, an extra field for the full name will appear, while the sign-in form will only require an email and password. Each input field will have smooth hover and focus effects, making the interaction feel polished and refined. The submit button will be designed with a vibrant gradient background, and when hovered over, it will slightly scale up and move forward, creating a subtle 3D effect. Thanks to Tailwind CSS 4's new transform utilities, we can achieve these interactions with minimal effort. Additionally, we'll add social login options for Google, Apple, and Facebook, with buttons that change colors and hover, making them feel more engaged. Throughout this project, we'll take full advantage of Tailwind's latest features. We won't need a Tailwind config file since we are working with Tailwind's new CSS-based configuration. The layout will be responsive using native container queries, allowing our form to adjust beautifully across different screen sizes without relying on traditional media queries. The expanded Gradient API will give us precise control over our backgrounds, and the new 3D Transform APIs will make hover effects more dynamic and interactive. By the end of this project, you will have a fully functional and beautifully styled authentication form that not only looks great but also serves as a perfect example of how Tailwind CSS4 makes modern UI development faster and more efficient. So let's jump into the code and start building. To get started, we need to set up our development environment and install everything required to build this project. I have a new folder, which is empty for now, and the first thing I'll do is open it in VS Code. Once inside VS Code, I'll open the terminal, which you can do by pressing Ctrl plus backtick. Now let's create a new React application using Vite. To generate our React app, I'll run the following command in the terminal: npm create Vite at latest, followed by the name of the project. It's going to be Auth Forms app. Then we need dash dash followed by dash dash template, and then we need React. This command does a couple of things. First, it initializes a new Vite project named Auth Forms app. The dash dash template React flag ensures that Vite sets up a React-based project for us, so we don't have to configure everything manually. Once the command is executed, a new folder called Auth Forms app is generated. Now let's navigate into that folder by running cd auth forms app. At this point, we have a fresh React project, but we still need to install Tailwind CSS. Since we are working with Tailwind CSS version 4, we'll install Tailwind along with its official Vite plugin by running npm install Tailwind CSS followed by @tailwind css/vite. Once the installation is complete, we'll notice a new Node Modules folder inside our project directory. This folder contains all the dependencies required to run this project. If we open package.json file, we can confirm that React 19 and Tailwind CSS4 have been installed successfully. Alright, now let's move on to configuring Tailwind CSS. First open vite.config file, where we have to import Tailwind CSS from @Tailwind CSS/Vite. Next, we need to insert Tailwind CSS inside the plugins array next to React. This step ensures that Vite properly integrates Tailwind CSS into our project. Next, we need to set up our global styles. For that, I'm going to open index.css file and delete everything inside it. And then we need to add here imports followed by Tailwind CSS. In previous versions of Tailwind, we had to import different directives like base, components, and utilities. But with Tailwind CSS4, everything is handled automatically with this single import. Alright, to keep our project clean and lightweight, let's go ahead and remove some unnecessary files. First, I'm going to delete assets folder. Then I'm going to delete app.css file. We don't need it. Then inside the public folder, I'm going to remove Vite SVG icon. Now let's set up our main React component. I'm going to open app.jsx file and delete everything inside it. And then I'm going to run the shortcut called RAFCE. If you're not familiar with this shortcut, it is a handy snippet provided by the ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native snippets. I recommend to install this extension and use the shortcuts. Alright, next I'm going to open index.html file. I'm going to delete favicon and also change the title of the project. It's going to be Authentication Forms. Throughout this project, we'll be using box icons for icons and a Google font to enhance the typography. So let's go ahead and add them to our project now. First, go to box icons official website. This is the official website of box icons library. We have to click usage, then click import the CSS and grab this CDN link from here. We need to paste it inside the head element. Okay, so once the box icons library is connected to our project, next I'm going to go to the browser and search for Google Fonts. Let's visit the website. I'm going to search for a font called Prompt. Here we have it. Let's click it. Then we have to click Get Font. Then we need Get Embed Code. I'm going to copy the code, paste it inside the head element. Now let's apply this font across our entire project. I'm going to open index.css file. Then we need to select every element using an asterisk, and we have to define font family. It's going to be Prompt sans serif. This ensures that our project consistently uses the prompt font for all text elements. Alright, so at this point our setup is complete and we are ready to set the development server. To launch our project in the browser, we have to run npm run dev. This command starts the Vite development server and provides a local URL. I'm going to press Alt and then click the link. So as you can see, our project is up and running. We have here text app at the top left corner of the web page. To make development easier, I recommend placing the browser window and the VS Code side by side, like so, in order to make easier switching between the code editor and the browser. With our project fully configured, we are now ready to start building our authentication forms and bringing the UI to life using Tailwind CSS4. To start building our authentication form, let's first structure our project properly. Inside the src directory, I'm going to create a new folder. It's going to be components. This is where we'll keep all our reusable UI components. And now inside the components folder, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to name it signin signup.jsx. Actually, let's close those files. We don't need them right now. Now, to quickly generate a functional component inside this file, I'll use again the RAFCE shortcut. So as you can see, the React functional component is generated. Let's go to the app.jsx file and import this component. We need here sign-in, sign-up from components, sign-in, sign-up. And I'm going to nest this component here. So we need sign-in, sign-up. At this point, if we check the browser, we should see a blank page with the text sign in, sign up. Before we start adding content to our authentication form, I want to configure some custom colors. While Tailwind CSS provides a great set of predefined utility colors, sometimes we might need a slightly different shade to match a specific design. Instead of relying solely on Tailwind's built-in colors, we can define our own using CSS variables. To do this, I'll open the index.css file and insert the following inside the theme directive. I hope you remember what theme directive is and how it works. So inside here, I'm going to define a couple of different CSS variables. The first one is blue 950. And the color is going to be 000814. Let's duplicate this color twice. We need here 900 and the color is going to be 001D 3D. Then we need blue 800. As for the color, I'm going to use here 003566. Next, I'm going to define yellow 500 and the color is going to be FFC300. Let's duplicate this color twice. Next we need yellow 400 and the color will be FFD60A. And finally, we need yellow 300. As for the color, I'm going to use FFE345. Alright, so here is what's happening. The theme directive in Tailwind CSS 4 allows us to define our own CSS variables for colors, making them reusable throughout the project. These variables act as custom Tailwind utility colors, meaning we can now use them just like the default Tailwind color classes. For example, instead of BG Blue 900, we can now reference our custom shade using BG variable Blue 900. This gives us more flexibility while keeping the benefits of utility classes. Now that our colors are set up, let's return to sign-in, sign-up component and start building the actual UI. I'll begin with a full screen container that centers the authentication card. So I'm going to get rid of this text from here and add some classes to the wrapper development. We need minimum height screen. It means that we set minimum height to 100 viewport height. Actually, once I hover over the class, we don't get here any suggestions. And actually, if we add some class, we don't get the suggestions either. So it happens because the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension no longer works because we don't have here Tailwind config file. As I mentioned already, in order to make the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension work, we need to create manually Tailwind config file. So inside here, I'm going to create tailwind.config.js file and leave it empty. Now I think that the extension should work. So as you can see, we're getting here the suggestions. I mean, we have here minimum height equal to 100 viewport height. All right, let's go ahead and add some other classes. We have flags, then we need item center, followed by justify center to center the content of the development. Next, we need to create the linear gradient effect. We need PG linear, and the direction is going to be 135 degrees. Actually, this is a new feature of the Tailwind CSS version 4. Then we need from blue 950 via blue 900 to blue 800. And then we need padding 8. Let's go to the browser. So actually something's wrong here. Yep, we need here dash. Let's go back to the browser. So as you can see, the background is a smooth gradient transitioning between 3 shades of blue, adding depth and a modern feel to the layout. Inside the wrapper, I'll add another div which will act as our authentication card. So inside the div elements, I'm going to open another div. Let's add to it classes. We need add container. So here the container utility is one of Tailwind CSS 4's most exciting new features. Unlike traditional responsive utilities that rely on media queries, container allows elements to be styled dynamically based on the width of their parent container rather than the entire viewport. This makes it incredibly useful for designing truly flexible, reusable, and what's most importantly, responsive components. Next, I'm going to add other classes. We need max width equal to MD. It means that the width is going to be equal to 448 pixels. Then after that, we need width equal to full, which is 100%. Padding is going to be 8. Then we need background blue 950/30. It means that we are using this blue background with 30% of the opacity. Next, we need rounded XL, actually 2XL. Then I'm going to define the shadow. And here I'm going to use an arbitrary value. We need 0 underscore 20 pixels underscore 50 pixels. Then we need color RGBA. It's going to be 0, 29. Then we need 61. And also I'm going to add here opacity 0.7. We used here underscores in order to escape the spaces and the commas. Next, I'm going to add here backdrop, blur, XL. Then we need border, followed by border blue, 800/50 with 50% opacity. Actually, that's it about this development. Let's go to the browser. So at this point, we have here a centered, semi-transparent card with a nice blur effect. So it's starting to take shape. To enhance the visual aesthetics of our authentication form, I'll add an overlay inside the card. This will help create a layered, some kind of glassmorphic effect. So inside here, I'm going to open another development. Let's add to it some classes. We need position absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent elements. Then I'm going to use inset 0. It means that we set top, right, bottom, and left properties to 0. Next, we need PG gradient to bottom right from blue 800/20 to transparent. And finally, we need rounded to XL. Let's go to the browser. So I think nothing is changed here. Let's go back and check the code. We are missing again the dash sign. Okay, now we have slightly better result. Now let's introduce the first piece of content, our authentication form heading. Inside the card div, I'll insert the following. We need div elements with the class relative. Inside here, we need h2 heading elements. Let's add to it some classes. We need text 3XL, then font, extra bold. Next, we need text yellow, 300. Let's center the text using text center. Then we need margin bottom equal to 2 and tracking tight. Tracking tight means that we use letter spacing with a negative value. It means that we place the letters tightly together. Let's add here, create an account. So when we check the browser, we should see a vibrant title inside our authentication card, setting the foundation for the rest of the form elements. Inside the authentication card, right below the heading, I'll insert the following paragraph. Let's add to it classes, text, blue, 200, text center, and we need margin bottom 8, which is equal to 32 pixels. As the content of the paragraph, I'm going to insert join our community today. If we check the browser, we should see a clean heading with a supporting paragraph nicely positioned in the center of our card. Now let's move on to the form itself. The form will contain input fields for the user's information as well as a submit button. I'm going to add form elements right after the paragraph. We need here form. Get rid of this attribute. I'm going to add to the form following classes. We need margin top 8 and then space y5. Inside the form elements, I'm going to open div tag with the class group. Here the group class plays an important role in Tailwind. It allows us to style elements based on the state of their parent, making it especially useful for creating hover and focus effects. Now inside this development, I'm going to open input field. The type is going to be text. Then we need placeholder attribute, which is going to be full name. And also I'm going to add here classes. We need width full, which is 100%. Then we need padding 4, followed by the background blue 900/30. Next we need rounded XL. So it means that border radius will be equal to 12 pixels. Then I'm going to add border, followed by border blue 700/50 with 50% opacity. Then we need text white. Also, I'm going to change placeholder. Let's add here blue 300/50. I'm going to set outline to none. Then we need some styles on focus. So when we focus on the input field, we have to create ring with the size 2. And also we need focus ring yellow 400/50. Besides that, on focus, we have to make the border transparent. So let's add here focus border transparent. And finally, we need transition all to make focus effect smoother. Alright, if we check the browser, we'll see a nicely styled input field inside our authentication card. The background is slightly transparent and the borders and placeholder text blend seamlessly with the overall aesthetic. On focus, we get this nice border effect. Okay, so now that we have the full name input field, we need to add 2 more fields, one for email address and one for password. To do this, I'll simply duplicate this development twice and make here some changes. So the second input is going to be for email. We need here email address instead of full name. As for the third input, it's going to be for password. And we need here password. Now if we check the browser, we should see 3 well-spaced input fields, one for full name, one for email address, and one for password. With our input fields in place, it's time to add the Create Account button. This button is crucial for user interaction and should have a modern and visually appealing design. So let's go back to the VS Code, and right after this development, open button, add here classes, we need group, then width is going to be full, we need padding 4, then margin top is going to be 6, which is equal to 24 pixels. Then we need BG gradient to right from yellow 500 to yellow 400. Next we need text blue 950. Also, I'm going to make the button rounded XL. It is border radius with the value 12 pixels. After that, I'm going to set font to bold. And also we need shadow LG. Alright, after that, I'm going to create some hover effects. First of all, on hover, I'm going to change the shadow. It's going to be yellow 400/40. Then also we need to add overflow hidden. Next I'm going to add transform. And again we need some hover effects. On hover I'm going to move the element slightly up using minus translate y 0.5. Actually, we are missing here dash, so we need here 0.5. And after that, I'm going to add again hover with scale 105. Then again, we need hover, translate Z 20. And finally, transition all, duration 300. So here we are using 3D scaling feature of the new version of Tailwind CSS. Also on hover we change the shadow and we move the element slightly up. To add a subtle 3D effect to our button, we need to create a sense of depth in our form container. By default, elements in CSS exist on a flat plane. So to enable true 3D transformations, we need to define a perspective on the parent element. So here we have to add to the form element perspective with the value 1000. This ensures that any child elements like our button will render with a proper 3D depth effect. Now that the perspective is set, I'll add transform style 3D to the button itself. So we need to add transform style 3D. This allows the button to move and scale in 3D space, making its hover effects feel more natural and dynamic. Alright, so with the button we are done. Next we need to add here two span elements. We need span, and inside here I'm going to insert create account, and then we need another span element with the classes absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which is the button. We need relative. Then I'm going to add here inset 0. Again, it means that we set top, right, bottom, and left properties to 0. Then we need PG gradient to right from yellow 300, actually not 300 but 500, to yellow, well, I always forget adding the dashes, to yellow 300. Next we need opacity 0, group hover with opacity 100. Then we need transition opacity and pointer events none. So this span element will expand to the entire button, and it will help us to create background gradient effect on hover. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the hover effect works, but we have here some issues. The first span element, the text is not visible, and also we don't have here background gradient effect on hover. Let's go back to the VS Code. So since this span element has position absolute with inset 0, it covers the entire button, and that's why we don't see here the create account text. So in order to fix that, I'm going to add here class name with position relative. We need position relative in order to use z-index property, which will help us to make this span element visible. So we need here z10 and also pointer events none. As for the second problem, the problem about the background gradient on hover, we don't have here any values with opacity, so we need here 0. Now let's go to the browser. So the span element is visible, and also on hover the background is changing. So when we hover over the button, two cool effects come into play. First, the background color subtly shifts with a smooth gradient transition, creating a dynamic visual response. And second, thanks to Tailwind CSS Force 3D transformations, the button scales up slightly and moves forward in 3D space, making it feel more interactive and engaging. Alright, now to allow users to toggle between sign in and sign up, we need to add a small paragraph with a clickable link. So right after form elements, I'm going to add paragraph with the classes margin top 8. Then we need text blue 200/80, and we need text center. Inside the paragraph, I'm going to add the following text. We need already have an account. Then we need here span elements with the classes text yellow 300, font bold. Then we need cursor pointer. And then we need hover effects. On hover, I'm going to change the color of the text. Let's make it text yellow 400. Next, we need margin left equal to 1. And finally, we need transition colors. Well, we need transition colors. As for the text of this panel element, right now it's going to be sign in, but we will change it dynamically later. Let's go to the browser. So this paragraph acts as a toggle link between the authentication form, and it looks pretty nice. Finally, let's include social media login options. These buttons allow users to sign in using third-party providers like Google, Apple, and Facebook. First, I'll add a small paragraph about the buttons. So right after paragraph, I'm going to open div elements, and I'm going to add to it some classes. We need margin top 8, then padding top 6. We need border at the top, and it's going to be blue 800/30. So as I said, we need a paragraph about the social media links. So I'm going to add here P with the classes text blue 200/70. Then we need text center followed by text SM, and then we need margin bottom 4. The content is going to be or continue with, and after that we need to create the social media buttons. Let's open div elements with the classes flags, justify center, and then we need space, actually space x6. Inside the div element, I'm going to open button with the classes padding 3. Then the background is going to be blue 900/40. We need rounded with the value LG. Next, we need hover effect. On hover, I'm going to change the background to blue 800/50. Then we need transition colors, followed by text yellow. Actually, we need here space. So we need text yellow 400. And next we need hover effect. On hover, we have to change the color of the text. We need text yellow 300. And finally, inside the button, I'm going to insert I elements with the classes BX. Then we need, actually, we don't need here dash BX followed by BXL Google, and the size is going to be 2XL. Okay, let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here the icon, Google link icon, and we have nice hover effect. Let's go back. So overall, we'll have 3 different buttons. Therefore, I'm going to duplicate these developments twice and change the icons. So the second icon is going to be BX, BXL Apple, and then we need Facebook. Okay, let's go to the browser. Well, we have here the problem with the alignment of the icons. They should be placed side by side horizontally. Let's check the codes. Well, the problem is that we don't need these separate wrapper developments for each button. So I'm going to undo the changes. We don't need to duplicate button with the development. We just need to duplicate the button itself. So let's change back the classes. We need here Apple and then Facebook. Now the problem should be fixed. Well, as you can see, the icons are placed side by side horizontally, and we have here full interactive authentication form complete with social sign-in options. Now that we have our sign-up form in place, it's time to add some functionality and make it dynamic. We need to toggle between the sign-up and sign-in forms smoothly, allowing users to switch between them effortlessly. To achieve this, we'll use state in React, which will let us track whether the user is on the sign-up or sign-in form and update the UI accordingly. Let's implement it step by step. To toggle between the sign-up and sign-in forms, we need to introduce a state variable that will help us keep track of which form is currently active. So let's go ahead and create state variable inside the function. It's going to be is sign up followed by set is sign up. So we need here useState hook. I'm going to get rid of React and import useState here. By default, we set useState to false. So this state variable acts as a switch. When isSignUp is true, it means the user is on the sign up form. When it is false, the sign in form will be displayed instead. We will now use this state to dynamically adjust the UI. First, I'm going to update the heading inside our card. So instead of this static text, I'm going to cut it and add here, well, as you can see, the Copilot is suggesting the code. Let's use it. Instead of sign in, I'm going to add here, welcome back. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the text is changed. We see here, welcome back, because the state variable is set to false, and this is the option of the false condition. Therefore, we see here, welcome back. But if we click the sign in link, nothing will happen. To make this work, we need to attach an onClick event handler to the link. This event will toggle the value of isSignUp state variable each time the user clicks on the text. So we need to find paragraph and the span elements, and we have to add here onClick event handler. I'm going to insert here a callback function, and then as you can see, we need to set isSignUp function with this opposite value. So this works because it flips the Boolean value. If isSignUp is true, it becomes false, and vice versa. Now if we go to the browser and click the link, as you can see, the heading is changing. All right, next we need to update the paragraph below the heading. So let's go back to the VS Code and find the paragraph, which is placed right after the heading. I'm going to cut this text. And then we need curly braces. So if isSignUp is true, then we need this text. And if it is false, then we need sign in to continue your journey. Now, when we toggle between sign up and sign in, this text will update accordingly. All right. So for the sign in form, we only need two inputs, email and password. However, the sign up form requires an additional full name field. We'll make the full name input appear only when isSignUp is true by wrapping it in a conditional statement. So here I'm going to add curly braces with the following condition: isSignUp followed by the AND operator. So if isSignUp is true, we have to render this element. And if it is false, then only two input fields will be rendered. Let's check the browser. Actually, I'm going to reload the page. So as you can see, by default, two input fields are rendered, email and password. And once we go to the sign up form, then all three input fields will be rendered. All right, now we have to update the button text dynamically. Let's go back to the VS Code and find the button. We need the first span element. I'm going to cut this text. Again, we need here isSignUp variable. If it is true, then we need create account, and if it is false, then we need sign in. If we check the browser, now the button will show create account in sign up mode and sign in sign in mode. Lastly, we need to modify the toggle text at the bottom to match the form state. I mean this text here. So let's find the paragraph. I'm going to cut this text. Then we need again isSignUp. Well, it seems that this suggestion is correct. Let's use this code. Okay, so that's it about the text of the paragraph. As for the span element, I'm going to cut this text, and again we need is sign up. We need here sign in and sign up. All right, let's test everything. Open the browser and try clicking the link. All right, so as you can see, everything works perfectly. The heading, paragraph, button text, and form inputs all switch dynamically. The full name field appear only in sign up mode, and the toggle test correctly indicates whether to sign up or sign in. All right, now to make our authentication form look visually dynamic and modern, we need to add subtle background animations. In this case, we'll create 3 softly glowing circles that pulse smoothly, enhancing the aesthetics of our design. If we check the original version, you will see here 3 circles which are animating with a pulse animation, and they create really nice and cool effect. Okay, let's go back to the VS Code and start by adding a single circular gradient that will serve as a glowing background effect behind our form. Thanks to Tailwind CSS4, we can now use native radial gradients with BG radial, making this process much easier. So I'm going to add new development right after this wrapper development. Let's open div with the classes absolute. Then we need relative for the parent elements. Next we need top position is going to be 0, then left position, it will be 0 as well. Width is going to be 100%, I mean we need width full, and height full. Inside here I'm going to open another div with the classes absolute. Then we need top position. Let's use arbitrary value. It's going to be 10%. Then actually we need 10. Then we need left position, and it's going to be 15%. The width is going to be 72, which is equal to 288 pixels. We need the same height, 72. Then the element should be rounded full. And now I'm going to use PG radial from yellow 400/40 to transparent. Actually, I missed here again dash. And finally we need blur 3XL. Let's go to the browser. Okay, let's go to the browser. Well, we see here the circle, but it's not positioned correctly. It should be placed a little bit to the right side. Let's check the positions. We have absolute top 10%, left 15%. Well, that's weird. Let's check the parent development. Absolute top 0, left 0. Well, we are missing here L. I think that was the reason. So now the circle is positioned correctly. Alright, now to make our background more dynamic and visually interesting, we need to add 2 more circles with different positions and sizes. I'm going to duplicate these developments twice and change the positions and the sizes. So for the second developments, we need top position, actually not top position, but bottom position, and it's going to be 20%. As for the left position, we no longer need it. We need right position with the value 10. As for the sizes, I'm going to make width and height 84. Then I'm going to change the positions for the third development. So we need here top position equal to 45. Then we need left position 50%. And we have to center these elements vertically. Therefore, we have to add here minus translate x with 50%. And also change the size of the element. We need 84 for both width and height. Let's go to the browser. Okay, so all 3 circles are rendered on the page. Now that we have static background elements, let's bring them to life using Tailwind Forms built-in animations. We will use the animate pulse class, which creates a soft pulsing effect. Let's go back to the VS Code and add to all 3 circles animate pulse. Let's check the browser. Now we can see that the glow effect slightly pulses in and out, creating a smooth animated effect. However, the default animate pulse is a bit too fast, so we need to slow it down to match our design. To create a slower and smoother pulsing effect, we need to define a custom animation in index.css file. So let's open index.css, and I'm going to define here a new class, animate pulse slow. Then we need to add here animation, and the values will be pulse 6 seconds, then cubic bezier and infinite. Well, we need those values. They are correct. The values of cubic bezier function are correct as well. Now let's update the name of the class names. Instead of animate pulse, we need here animate pulse slow. Let's go to the browser. Now the pulsing animation feels much smoother and more natural. Now to make the effect even more realistic and smooth, we don't want all circles to animate at the exact same time. Instead, we'll introduce delays so that each one starts pulsing slightly after the other. First, let's go ahead and define this animation delays in index.css file. We need here animation delay 2000, and I'm going to add here animation delay 2 seconds. Then duplicate this code. We need animation delay 3000, and instead of 2 seconds, we need 3 seconds. Now apply this class to the second and third circles. I'm going to add here animation delay 2000, and let's copy this class and paste it here. Instead of 2000, add 3000. Let's check the browser. So you will notice that each circle starts animating at different times, creating a more natural and fluid animation. Alright, now that our background is animated, we need to animate the form card itself so that it fades in smoothly when the page loads. We'll create a simple fade-in effect that moves the card slightly upwards while appearing. This effect makes the form feel more polished and interactive. Now let's go ahead and define the animation in index.css file. Here I'm going to create keyframes with the name fade in. So we need here from opacity 0 and transform translate y, let's say 10 pixels, and then we need to the ending point of the animation. I'm going to copy these codes. Opacity is going to be 1 and translate y is going to be 0. Then we have to apply those keyframes using animate fade in class. We need here animation fade in 0.5 seconds is out, and I'm going to use forwards. Okay, now let's apply this animation to the elements. I mean the card container, I mean this element here. So we need to add animate fade in. Okay, so hopefully everything's correct. Let's go to the browser, reload the page. Now, as you can see, we have here nice and cool fade in effect. Alright, so we can say that we've successfully completed our authentication form. Let's quickly check the responsiveness, shrink the window. Well, as you can see, it is fully responsive and everything looks and works perfectly.
In this video, we are building a beginner-friendly yet powerful image slider using React 19 and Tailwind CSS version 4. This slider will have smooth transitions, next and previous controls, and a unique randomized rotation effect for images to make it visually engaging. We will go step by step, keeping things simple and easy to follow. So whether you are new to React or already have experience, you will be able to build this from scratch. Let's dive in and start coding. Right here on my desktop, I have an empty folder. I will quickly open this folder inside Visual Studio Code. Next, let's bring up the built-in VS Code terminal by pressing Ctrl backtick or from the top menu, Terminal and New Terminal. Now it's time to create our brand new React application. To do this, we will use with, which is super fast and lightweight. Just type the following command: npm create with at latest and dot. Dot means that application will be installed on that folder, slider. With will fetch all the necessary files and set up a fresh React project for us with a minimal template. This command will prompt you for framework selection. I will go with React and then JavaScript. Now it's time to add the Tailwind CSS 4 to our project. Simply run npm install Tailwind CSS add Tailwind CSS /with. Here is what's happening. This command will install the latest version of Tailwind CSS and the official with plugin, making integration smooth and easy. Alright, next we need to configure Tailwind CSS. And remember, in Tailwind CSS version 4, things have gotten even simpler. We no longer need the tailwind.config.js file at all. Instead, we will configure Tailwind directly inside our with.config.js. Open up this file. At the top, let's import the Tailwind plugin by adding this line. Import Tailwind CSS from add Tailwind CSS /with. Then inside your plugins array, right after React, simply add Tailwind CSS like so. With that, Tailwind CSS is now fully set up with. Next, let's configure our CSS file. Open the index.css file in the src folder, clear out all the default code, and just add this one simple line: add import Tailwind CSS. Previously, we had directives like add Tailwind base, add Tailwind components, and add Tailwind utilities. However, Tailwind CSS version 4 has simplified things significantly. Now we just need this single add import line to include everything. Alright, now I'm going to clean up unnecessary files and folders. First, go to the public folder and remove that default SVG icon since we won't use it. Next, delete the entire assets folder inside the src directory. We don't need those starter files anymore. Also, you can safely delete the app.css file since we are handling all our styling with Tailwind CSS. Now let's open up the app.jsx file. Let's start fresh by removing all the boilerplate code inside this file. We'll create a brand new React component quickly using the handy VS Code extension, which is called Simple React Snippets. So right here sfc and then tab or enter, call this component app And for testing, let's create heading h1 with text up and assign it some Tailwind classes, text 3XL, font bold. Now it's time to run our project in browser. Go to your terminal and run npm run dev. This will start a local server and it will instantly spin up our app. Let's open it. We want to click that URL while pressing Alt. And you can see heading is styled with Tailwind. So everything works nicely. Now I want to wrap our heading inside a div for better layout control. Now create a custom Tailwind utility to center our content perfectly. Head over to index.css and add this. Add utility, then class name, center child. Open curly braces and write display flex. Justify content center and align items center. With Tailwind CSS version 4, this will let us use center child anywhere in our app. Let's add it to the div element, right here center child, and then h-screen. Our content is now perfectly centered. Let's keep going. Now I want to make our background much more stylish. For that, we will use awesome free website. Head over to bg.ibelic.com and choose a background that looks awesome. Copy that. Now go to our project. Create a components folder and inside this folder create bg.jsx for our background. Now write sfc, call this component bg and paste this code. We've just created the background component. Now it's time to import it into app.jsx. If we write here bg and then click enter, component will be imported automatically. Go ahead and hit save and take a look at the browser. Your app should now have that stylish background. Maybe this type of background effect is not really visible in the video, so let's choose another one. Replace the old one and hit save. Now we see the difference. Okay, we are ready to move on and start building out our slider next. First, we need to create a new component for the slider. In your components folder, create a file called slider.jsx. Then use sfc to quickly generate the component skeleton. Call it slider and create div with text slider. Now head over to app.jsx and let's clean things up. Remove the h1 tag since we no longer need it. Then import and embed the slider component like this. Now we have got our slider component in place and it's ready for us to add the slider functionality. But before that, we have the source files outside the project and now we are going to move them to the right place inside our project. You can download the required files directly from GitHub repository. Check out the link in the description below to grab the images and data file. So here is what we are going to do. Move the images folder in the public folder. Anything in the public folder can be accessed directly by the browser, so it's a perfect place to put images. Then move the data folder into the src folder. And that's it. Okay, we have source files. Now start creating the basic structure of our slider. First, we'll lay down the skeleton of our slider by displaying images and descriptions. For now, we are keeping things simple, just the core components without any fancy transitions. We'll start by wrapping everything in a div as a container for our slider. So add here comment container. Inside the div, create another div for slider. And create one more div for images. Okay, let's take a look at the index.js file. Here we have an images array containing the image path and the descriptions array with text items. Now open curly braces and write images, and if we press enter, images array will be imported here. And now write .map. Now we need arrow function with parameters image and eye. Now create image element, key equals eye, then src equals image, and write here width equal 500. So if we save, all the images will be displayed. Now do the same for descriptions. Create div with comment descriptions, open curly braces, write descriptions, and press enter. So descriptions array will be imported as well. Now write .map, then arrow function with parameters desk for short version of description and eye. Now create paragraph element, key equals eye, and text description. Now it's time to add some style to our project by adding Tailwind CSS classes. First, we'll give the images wrapper a specific width and height. The classes we are adding will make sure it's responsive for smaller and larger screens. So right here, class name, SM, width 400 pixels, then SM height 400 pixels, then width 300 pixels, and height 300 pixels as well. We also add relative to position the images absolutely inside it. So right here, relative. Next, we are adding some styling to the images themselves. Write class name, width full, height full, then absolute. It positions the images absolutely within the wrapper, making it easy to stack images for transitions. Then object cover ensures the image covers the entire area of the div without stretching, and rounded 3XL. It gives the images nice rounded corners. When you check the browser, you will notice that the images are top of each other because they have absolute position. We made some good progress. Now we'll style the descriptions using the same logic. The parent div will have a relative position while each description will be absolute, stacking them on top of each other. So for description div, right here class name, then classes relative, SM, width 400 pixels, then width 320 pixels, margin top 22, and LG margin top 5. We'll apply the following classes to the P elements to make sure they are styled and stacked correctly. So write class name, text center, SM text XL, then text gray 600, and absolute. Since we are using absolute positioning, all the descriptions will be stacked on top of each other. As for the slider div, we want to arrange the images and descriptions side by side on larger screens, but stack them on smaller screen for a more mobile friendly look. So right here, class name, flex gap x20, then lg, item start, then item center, then lg, flex row, and flex call. Now when you check your browser, the images and description should be properly aligned and spaced out with a responsive design that adapts to both large and small screens. Okay, it's time to make our slider interactive with React's useState. Now that we relate the foundation with the images and descriptions, it's time to make the slider dynamic. We'll use the useState hook to keep track of which image and description should be shown. This way we can change the content as the user interacts with the slider. So right here, useState, then choose useState snippet. After that, import the hook, then index and set index. So we'll use this index to control which image and descriptions are shown. Let's start with descriptions. Now that we are tracking the index with useState, it's time to visually show and hide the descriptions based on the current index. We'll use utility classes to control the opacity and visibility, ensuring only the active description is visible. We'll update the class name of each paragraph element based on whether the current index matches the description's index. Here is how we'll do it. Use curly braces and replace double quotes with backticks. Then use a $sign and curly braces to embed JavaScript. Here we'll use the ternary operator. If I equals index, assign the active description class. Otherwise, assign inactive description class. Now let's define the active description and inactive description utility classes in the index.css file to control the visibility and opacity of the descriptions. Write add utility, active description, then opacity 1, and visibility visible. Then again add utility. In this case, we want inactive description, then opacity 0, and visibility hidden. If we manually change the default values of useState, the descriptions will update accordingly. Okay, now we want the images to behave just like the descriptions. We'll make the active image appear clearly, while the inactive images will be slightly faded out and placed behind the active image. We'll change the class name of the image element just like we did for the descriptions, using the active image and inactive image classes. So use again curly braces and replace double quotes with backticks. Then use a $sign and curly braces to write JavaScript. We'll use the ternary operator. So if I equals index, assign the active image class. Otherwise, assign inactive image class. Now let's define the active image and inactive image utility classes in the index.css file to control the opacity and the index of the images. Right here add utility, then class name active image, opacity 1, the index 1. Then again add utility, inactive image, open curly braces, opacity 0.5, the index -1. Again, let's manually change the default value of index. So it works. Now it's time to add controls to our slider. To do this, we'll install the Lucid React Icon library, which provides arrow icons for navigation. Run the following command into your terminal: npm I lucid react. Once the package is installed, you can now import the arrow left and arrow right icons into your slider component to create the navigation controls. So write import, then curly braces, arrow left, then arrow right from Lucid React. Now let's create navigation buttons to move between images and descriptions. After the slider div, write controls, then comment it out. Create div. Inside that div element, create button and use here arrow left icon with a size 18. Now let's duplicate this button and change arrow left into arrow right. It's time to assign classes to the div to position the buttons correctly. Write class name absolute, bottom 0, then lg minus bottom 20, left 1/2, minus translate x 1/2, then flex gap x5. It's time to add relative class to the container div. So write here class name relative. Next, apply styles to both buttons using multiple cursors for quick editing. Write here class name, then bggray 100, padding 1.5, cursor pointer, rounded full, text gray 600, then hover bggray 200, and transition colors. Okay, they look great, and it's time to add functionality to these buttons. For the previous button, write on click, then open curly braces. We want here arrow function, then set index, and we want here another arrow function with parameter previous. Then in function body, we want ternary operator. So if previous equals 0, then images.length -1, otherwise previous -1. So if index is 0, it wraps around to the last image, otherwise it moves one step back. For the right button, increase the index, write on click, then arrow function, set index, and again we want previous parameter. So in this case, if previous equals images.length -1, then we want 0 to start from fresh, otherwise previous +1. So if index is at the last image, it loops back to the first. If not, it moves one step forward. Okay, now both navigation buttons look great and function perfectly. Users can smoothly navigate forward and backward through the slider. Now let's add transitions to our project. Let's start with paragraph. Right here, transition all, duration 300, and after active description class, write delay 200. Now it looks much better. Similarly, we want to add transitions to the image elements. So right here as well, transition all, and duration 300. Okay, they look great, but we want one more thing. Here we need to define the getRandomNumber function, which generates a random rotation angle for each image. Write const getRandomNumber equals, and then arrow function mass.floor, then parentheses mass.random multiplies 41 minus 20. So this function will return a random number between minus 20 and 20. Now let's add this random rotation to the style of the image elements. So write style equals, then curly braces, then transform CSS property, backticks, rotate, then parentheses, $, and open curly braces to write JavaScript. So if index equals I, then we want 0. If not, we want to call getRandomNumber function. And then degree. So if the image is the active one, it will have no rotation. Otherwise, it will have a random rotation number between minus 20 and 20 degrees, based on the getRandomNumber function. Hey everyone, we built an awesome image slider today with smooth transitions and random rotations. Thanks for watching, and until next time.
In this video, we're going to build a creative and modern travel model using the latest React 19 and Tailwind CSS4. This project is all about smooth interactions, elegant animations, and visually engaging design. We'll start with a unique Book Your Flight button. It's not just a typical button. When you hover over it, you will see a fun little plane animation that takes off and flies across the screen. And here is the cool part. Once the model opens, that same plane lands right onto a glowing, animated globe, tying everything together in a creative way. Inside the model, we've got a clean and stylish layout featuring a rotated image gallery of travel destinations, a list of flight offers, and smooth transitions that make the whole UI feel dynamic and immersive. This project is user-friendly, interactive, and packed with creative features, something you can definitely reuse or customize for your own projects. You will get hands-on experience with React and, of course, Tailwind CSS4's latest features.
Today, we are building an animated modal box with some awesome effects. So let's take a look at the project. Here we have a single button. When we hover over it, a plane smoothly slides in. Now if we click the button, the plane takes off and the modal box appears with a rotating globe. On that globe, the plane will land, creating a really great animation that adds a dynamic travel-inspired touch. Below that, we have a gallery section where each image gets a unique position and rotation every time you open the model. This keeps things fresh and engaging. After that, there is a section displaying exclusive flight offers. To close the model, we have two options, a cancel button at the bottom and the close button at the top. Plus, if you click outside the model, it fades out seamlessly, creating a smooth and intuitive experience. So we will build this project with React 19 and Tailwind CSS version 4. We'll go step by step, keeping things simple and easy to follow. So whether you are new to React or already have experience, you'll be able to build this from scratch. So let's dive in. Alright, Right here on my desktop, I have an empty folder. I'll quickly open this folder inside Visual Studio Code. Next, let's bring up the built-in VS Code terminal by pressing Ctrl backtick, or from the top menu, Terminal and New Terminal. Now it's time to create our brand new React application. To do this, we'll use with, which is super fast and lightweight. Just type the following command: npm create with at latest and dot. The dot means that the application will be installed in the current folder, which is the modal. This command will prompt you from framework selection. I'll go with React and then JavaScript. And now it's time to add the Tailwind CSS version 4 to our project. Simply run npm install Tailwind CSS, add Tailwind CSS /with. Here is what's happening. The command will install the latest version of Tailwind CSS and the official with plugin, making integration smooth and easy. Alright, next we need to configure Tailwind CSS, and remember, in Tailwind CSS version 4, things have gotten even simpler. We no longer need the tailwind.config.js file at all. Instead, we'll configure Tailwind directly inside our with.config.js. Open up this file. At the top, let's import the Tailwind plugin by adding this line: import Tailwind CSS from add Tailwind CSS /with. Then inside our plugins array, right after React, simply add Tailwind CSS, like so. With that, Tailwind CSS is now fully set up with. Next, let's configure our CSS file. Open the index.css file in the project root and just add this one simple line: add import Tailwind CSS. Previously we had directives like add Tailwind base, add Tailwind components, and add Tailwind utilities. However, Tailwind CSS version 4 has simplified things significantly. Now we just need this single add import Tailwind CSS line to include everything. Alright, now I'm going to clean up unnecessary files and folders. First, go to the public folder and remove the default SVG icon, since we won't use it. Next, delete the entire assets folder inside the src directory. We don't need these starter files anymore. Also, you can safely delete the app.css file, since we are handling our styling with Tailwind CSS. Open up app.jsx file. Let's start fresh by removing all the boilerplate code inside the file. We'll create a brand new React component quickly using the handy VS Code extension, which is called Simple React Snippets. So make sure you have it installed for faster coding. Right here, app. Let's add a simple heading to test if everything is working. H1 with text app, then class name text 3XL, font bold, and underline. Now it's time to run our app in browser. Go to your terminal and run npm run dev. This will start a local server and it will instantly spin up our app. To open our app, we want to click that URL while pressing Alt. And you can see heading is styled with Tailwind. So everything works nicely. Let's wrap our H1 inside the div for better layout control. Now create a custom Tailwind utility class to center our content perfectly. Head over to index.css and add this. Add utility center child, which is the name of the class. Then open curly braces, display flex, justify content center, and align item center. With Tailwind CSS version 4, this will let us use center child anywhere in our app. Let's add it to the div element. So right here, center child, then H screen. Our content is now perfectly centered. Let's keep going. Now I want to make our background much more stylish. For that, we'll use an awesome free website. Head over to bg.ibelic.com and choose a background that looks awesome. Click copy button. Now in our app, create a components folder, and inside this folder create bg.jsx for our background. Now write sfc again, call this component bg and paste this code. We've just created the bg component. Now it's time to import it into app.jsx. We want to use React fragments, and inside this fragment write bg and click enter. So component is imported automatically. Go ahead and hit save and take a look at the browser. Your app should now have that stylish background. Before moving on, let's add the source files to our project. Copy the images folder and the 3 specified images. Then paste them into the public folder. After that, copy the data folder and paste it into the src folder. You can download these source files from the GitHub link provided in the description. Okay, now we want to create the button. First, remove the heading and create a button element. Inside this button, create a div. Within this div, add the span element for the text. Right here, book your flight. Then create empty span and an image element for the plane icon. Let's start styling. Assign the following classes to the button element. Write class name relative cursor pointer. Next, style the div inside the button to give it a background and padding. Write class name bgzing700, padding x7 and padding y3. For now, hide the plain image by commenting out the image element. Now add the border to the div. Write border dotted, then border 3 pixel, border cyan 400. To separate button background from the border, we have to use following class bgclip padding and make corners rounded. Write rounded lg. Now style the span element inside the div to make the text visible. We want the span element to move up and fade out when hovering over the button. To achieve this, use Tailwind's grouping feature. First, assign the group class to the button. Then update the span with the following classes: group hover opacity 0, then group hover minus translate y 24, then transition all, and duration 300. The opacity effect works, but the text does not move up because span is an inline level element. Convert it to the block level element. Now it works fine. Now we want to style the second span element, which will represent the dashed line which comes from the right side of the button. So assign to it following classes: absolute, then height 2 pixel, width full, then border, border dashed, and border white. Now center it inside button. right left 0, top 1/2, then minus translate y 1/2 as well. And let's see in browser how it looks. So it's centered perfectly. Now we want to scale down by default this line, right scale x 0. And when we hover over the button, we want to increase the scale. So write group hover, scale x 100. Then transition transform, duration 500. So in order to increase the line from the right to the left, use origin right, and we want here little delay, group hover, delay 200. You may notice that we want to add delay to the text as well, especially when it comes back. So write group hover, delay 75, and delay 300. So now it's much better. And now it's time to animate the plane. So assign the following classes: absolute, then minus left 28, top 1/2, then minus translate y 1/2. So in order to animate, we want to add group hover left 20, then group hover transition all, and group hover delay 500. Also we want group hover duration 500. So animation works nicely. To ensure the plane is hidden before hovering, add this to the button, write overflow hidden. However, this mid cut off part of the plane's wings. To fix this, adjust the padding Y3. Now it looks great. Finally, I want to add a 3D effect when hovering over the button. First add perspective to the button, write perspective mid-range. Then apply a rotation effect to the div inside it. Write hover minus rotate y 25 degree. Then duration 500. And transition transform. Now the button is fully styled with the smooth transitions, hover effects and 3D animation. Everything looks great and works as expected. Okay, now it's time to create our modal. First, let's start by adding comments to organize our code. Right here button, then modal wrapper, and create a div. Then comment modal and another div. Let's apply some styles. For the wrapper div, add the following classes. Right here center child, absolute, width full, height full, PG fuchsia 200, and opacity 50. This will center the modal and give the background a semi-transparent overlay. Now for the modal box itself, apply the styling. We want position relative, width 730 pixels, then height 600 pixels, PG white, and rounded 3XL. This creates a white rounded modal box that stands out from the background. Next, let's add a close button inside the modal. Write comment close button, then create button. Inside this button, we want image element. In source, write cancel.png, and in alt property, write cancel icon, and width 25. And now let's style it. Write here class name, absolute, top 4, right 5, cursor pointer, then hover, scale 110, and transition transform. Now we want the modal to be hidden by default and only appear when triggered. For that, let's apply these default classes to hide it. -z10, then opacity 0, invisible, and transition opacity. This will keep the modal hidden until we update its state. Next, let's create the state to control the modal's visibility. Use here use state snippet. Then default value will be false. Show modal, then set show modal. Now let's modify the modal wrapper class to dynamically show or hide it based on the state. We want curly braces, then backticks. Here we want $sign and curly braces to write JavaScript inside JSX. Then show modal. We want logical AND operator, and then define classes. Use an exclamation mark here to give precedence over an already defined class. In this case, opacity 0. So we want opacity 100. Then again, exclamation mark, visible, and the index 10 with exclamation mark again. Now our modal will smoothly appear and disappear when show modal changes. To open the modal, assign an onClick event to the button that triggers it. So right here, onClick. Here we want a row function. Then write set show modal true. So it works. To close the modal, assign an onClick event to the close button. So copy this line and paste it for the close button, and write here false. Okay, now modal shows and hides nicely. Now let's add the heading inside the modal to make it more structured. Write here comment modal heading, then h1 with text book your trip around the, and for globe we want to div. Let's center the heading by assigning center child class to the modal div. For the h1 element, apply this styling. Write class name text 3XL, font semi-bold, and text gray 800. To make the modal more visually appealing, let's add an animated rotating globe using pure CSS. First, assign these classes to the elements. Write here class name globe wrapper, then globe. Now go to the index.css and create these classes. Add utility, globe wrapper, width 6 rem, and aspect ratio 1. Then create add utility, globe. We want width 100%, aspect ratio 1 as well, border radius 50%. Then we want background image, URL, and choose the image, earth.jpg, background repeat X, background size 10 rem, auto, and to create more realistic effect, use here shadow, inset 001 rem, and color 888, and 001 rem, and the same color. Now let's animate the globe so it rotates infinitely. Add keyframes, globe anim. On 0% we want background position 0 center, and on 100% we want background position 1000% center. Then add this animation to the globe class. Write animation globe anim 10 seconds, infinite and linear. Now the globe rotates smoothly, adding a nice interactive feel to the model. To improve the spacing and alignment, let's add these classes to the heading. Use here center child, gap x3. So those classes won't work correctly because here we made a mistake. Globe divs must be the child of the heading. Now it works. Okay, now let's create an animated effect where the plane takes off from the button and lands on the globe. This will make our model even more dynamic and visually appealing. First, we need to update the button image so that the plane smoothly takes off when the model opens. Modify the classes like this. We want curly braces, backticks, then $sign and curly braces again to write JavaScript. Write here show modal, then logical AND operator, write transition all, then exclamation mark, left 44, then exclamation mark, scale 200, opacity 0, and delay 0 seconds. Here we want delay for the modal to see how the plane takes off. So for modal wrapper div, write delay 500. As you can see, the plane disappears outside the button after taking off, which is not what we want. To fix this, let's update the button classes with the following adjustment. So again, we want curly braces and backticks, and write show modal, overflow visible, minus rotate y 25 degree, So it's a ternary operator, and here let's write overflow hidden. Now the plane remains properly visible while taking off. Next, we need to ensure that both the dash line and the button text stays in their original positions when the modal appears. Let's adjust the button text position. So right here, show modal, logical AND operator, minus translate y24. So it stays the same. And for the dashed line, again use curly braces and backticks. Right here, show modal, and this case scale x 100. At this point, the plane takeoff effect is fully set up and everything looks clean. Now let's move on to the landing effect. Copy the plane icon from the button and paste it inside the globe wrapper div. Now remove the previous position class minus left 28 and replace it with right 52. Next, clean up the button plane classes that we no longer need and instead apply the following: scale 200, opacity 40. This places the plane is positioned for landing, but we need a smooth transition effect. Now add this transformation for the plane. Right here, exclamation mark right 2, then exclamation mark again and scale 100, transition all, delay 500, duration 500, and opacity 100. The plane now lands beautifully on the globe, but one last tweak is needed. Let's ensure the plane stays inside the globe properly. To make sure everything aligns perfectly, set the globe wrapper div to the relative position. And that's it. Now we have a seamless, visually engaging animation where the plane takes off from the button smoothly and the plane lands perfectly on the rotation globe. This effect adds depth and realism to our model, making it stand out UI feature. So let's move on. Now that we have the heading and the rotating globe in place, it's time to add the gallery to showcase some travel destinations. Let's start by adding a comment for clarify, right here gallery, then create a div element to hold our images, and inside this div we want to open curly braces to write JavaScript. We'll use the map function to loop through the images array and dynamically generate 5 images inside the gallery. Now press enter to import images array automatically. Then .map. Here we want a row function and as arguments write img. It represents each item of the array in the loop and index. Inside parentheses, we want image element. For src use img. For alt property write image. Key equals index. And just for now assign only one class width 32. Right now the gallery and heading are appearing side by side. To fix this, we'll update the modals layout to stack the elements vertically. So right here flex call gap y8. For gallery div we want following classes: center child gap 6. And now let's style the images: aspect square, then object cover, border 3 pixel, border dotted, border cyan 500, rounded 3XL, opacity 80, then hover z-index 10, hover opacity 100, hover scale 125, and transition all. Okay, now our images look nice. And to make our gallery more dynamic, we want each image to have a random rotation every time a modal opens. First, define a function to generate a random number. Const get random number equals, then arrow function, mass.floor, then parenthesis, mass.random, call it, multiply to 41 and minus 20. This will return a random number between minus 20 and 20, giving each image a slight tilt in either direction. Now apply this function inside the style attribute of each image, transform, backticks, rotate, then parenthesis, $, and now curly braces to write JavaScript, get random number, call it, and degree. Now every time we open the modal, the images will have a new rotation. Now that the gallery is in place, let's add the section below it to display exclusive flight deals. First create a comment for it, write flight offers. Then create a div and map over flight offers array to generate the offers dynamically. And inside div open curly braces, import flight offers from sources to use again map loop. Write.map, and here we want arrow function. As parameters, write offer and index, and inside parentheses create paragraph, key equals index, and as text content, write offer. Now the flight offers are displayed. To make it look polished, apply some grid styling to organize the offers into columns. Create class name, then grid calls to, gap 3, and width full, padding x 10. Next, let's style the paragraphs for clean, readable look. Assign class name, text XL, font semi-bold, text gray 700. Now the flight offer section looks great. At the bottom of the modal, we need two buttons. Start by adding a comment, buttons, then create the buttons inside the div, right here, div, then button with text book now, then duplicate it, and instead of book now, we want cancel. Now let's style them to match the overall design. Use multi-cursor, write class name, rounded SM, padding x2, padding y1, text xs, and cursor pointer. And for book now button, we want BG cyan 500, text white, hover BG cyan 600, and transition colors. As for the cancel button, we want BG gray 100, border gray 300, text cyan 600, then hover BG gray 200, and transition colors. Finally, position the buttons at the bottom right corner. For that, we want to assign classes to the div element, absolute, bottom 4, right 4, space x2. Now the buttons look perfect. We want the cancel button to close the modal when clicked. Let's assign an onClick event, onClick, then arrow function, set show modal, false. Now clicking cancel button will close the modal instantly. To make the experience even smoother, we'll add an outside click listener so that clicking anywhere outside the modal also closes it. Use useRef to select the modal wrapper. So write const modal wrapper ref equals useRef. Press enter to import it, and default value will be null. Then assign the ref property to the modal wrapper div. Ref equals modal wrapper ref. Now we want to use effect. Write use effect and also import this hook, then arrow function, and then empty array. When we use an empty dependency array, it means that use effect will run once when the component mounts. Now let's attach an event listener to detect clicks. Document.add event listener, then click, and here we want to write function name. Let's call it handle click outside. And now let's create this function. Write const handle click outside equals an arrow function. As parameter, use event object. So we want if statement here. If modal wrapper ref dot current triple equals event dot target. And in this case, we want set show modal to false. So if we click modal wrapper, then modal will be closed. And below for cleanup, write return, then arrow function, document.remove event listener, then click event, and handle click outside. This code removes the event listener when the component unmounts. Let's see how code works in browser. Now clicking outside the modal will close it smoothly. Alright, we are almost at the end of the video. We built a stunning flight booking modal with smooth animations and interactive effects. If you enjoyed this tutorial and found it helpful, don't forget to like the video. It really helps support the channel. Also drop a comment and let me know what you think or if you have any questions. I'd love to hear from you. And of course subscribe for more awesome content. Make sure to turn on notifications so you don't miss the next exciting project. Thanks for watching and I will see you in the next one.
Here is our 5-star rating system in action. We have 5 interactive stars and each one is clickable. What's really cool is that we are not just adding full star ratings, we are also implementing half-star ratings. So if you click on the left half of a star, it fills halfway, and if you click on the right half, it fills completely. As you can see, the rating number below updates dynamically, reflecting the exact rating selected. We'll also make sure the layout is fully responsive so it looks great on any screen size, whether it is a mobile device, tablet or desktop. By the end of this project, you will not only have a fully functional rating system, but also a deeper understanding of how to manage state in React, use dynamic class rendering, and build responsive components with Tailwind CSS. This project is perfect for anyone looking to improve their React skills, and it's something you can easily integrate into your own projects. Alright, now that we've seen what we are building, let's dive into the code. I have started by creating a new folder on my desktop where we will be building this project from scratch. I'm going to open it in VS Code. Once we have the project open in VS Code, the first thing we need is a terminal. If you don't see the terminal at the bottom, you can open it manually by going to View and select Terminal, or simply pressing Ctrl plus backticks on Windows and CMD on Mac OS. Before we go any further, we need to make sure Node.js is installed on our machine. Why is Node.js so important? Well, it comes with npm, Node Package Manager, which we will use to install all the dependencies and manage our project. To check if Node.js is installed, we can simply run the command node-v. If you see a version number pop up, that means Node.js is installed and ready to go. If you don't see a version number, you will need to install Node.js from the official website, download the installer, and just follow the instructions there. For this project, we're going to use Vite to set up our React application. Vite is a modern build tool that is incredibly fast and efficient. It offers lightning-fast development and hot module replacement, making it a perfect choice for React projects. If you want to learn more, check out the official Vite website. So let's go back to the VS Code and run this command in the terminal to create our React project. We need npm create Vite at latest. Then we need the name of the project, which is going to be rating system app. Then we need dash template and React. So here npm create Vite at latest tells npm to use the latest version of Vite to create our project. Next we have the name of our project, and then we have template React. It specifies that we want to use the React template provided by Vite. Once you run the command, Vite will guide you through the setup. It will ask you to select framework. In this case we need React, and then select JavaScript. After the project is created, we need to move into our project directory. We have to run cd rating system app. This command changes our current directory to the project folder, so all of the following commands will run inside our project. As I already said, we're going to use the latest version of Tailwind CSS, version 4, which brings some awesome new features. So let's head over to the Tailwind CSS website and go to the installation section. Since we're using Vite, we'll follow the instructions specific to Vite projects. So we have to run this command to install Tailwind. So the Tailwind CSS is installed. Since the latest version, version 4, has introduced the CSS-based configuration, it no longer generates a tailwind.config.js file by default. So we will configure it directly in our Vite config file. If we go back to the Tailwind's website, we'll find here the import statement, which we need to copy and paste it here. And also we have to add Tailwind CSS inside here, right next to the React. Next we have to open index.css file. I'm going to clear it out, and we have to import Tailwind CSS. So unlike older versions, Tailwind 4 doesn't require Tailwind base, Tailwind components, or Tailwind utilities. This single import does it all. Before we move on, let's install the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension in VS Code. It provides autocomplete suggestions for Tailwind classes, syntax highlighting, and real-time class validation, making it easier and faster to write Tailwind code without constantly referring to documentation. To install it, let's open Extensions Manager and search for Tailwind CSS. I have already installed this extension, so let's go ahead and click Install. Regarding this extension, there is a small issue. in order to use this extension, we still need to have a Tailwind config file. Since Tailwind 4 is still very new, I believe that in the future we won't need this extra config file for IntelliSense to work, but for now we must have it even if it's empty. So I'm going to create manually tailwind.config.js file. Alright, so finally let's run our project to make sure everything is working. In the terminal, I'm going to type npm run dev. This will start the Vite development server and generate a local URL. To open it, hold Alt on Windows or Option on Mac and click the link. If everything is set up correctly, we should now see the default React welcome screen in the browser. I'm going to close those tabs, and then I'm going to arrange our editor and browser side by side so we can easily switch between them as we start building the project. I'm going to place the editor like so. Now let's go ahead and remove unnecessary files to keep our project clean. I'm going to get rid of this SVG icon. Then I'm going to delete assets folder at all. Also, we don't need app.css file. Let's delete it. Then I'm going to open index.html file. I'm going to delete this fab icon and also change the title of the project. It's going to be rating system app. Next, open app.jsx file, clear it, and create a basic React component using the RAFCE shortcut. If you have the ES7 React Redux snippets extension installed, it will automatically generate a React functional component. If you don't have this extension, then go to the extensions manager and search for ES7 React, and you will find here this extension, ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native snippets. Let's go ahead and install this extension. All right. So throughout this project, we will use one of the Google fonts. So to bring in the link for the font, let's go to the browser and search for Google fonts. Go to the website. I'm going to search for font called Canit. Let's click here, then click Get Fonts. Then we need Get Embed Code. Copy those links. Open index.html file and paste the links in the head element. Now we need to apply a custom font across our project using new CSS-based configuration introduced in Tailwind CSS version 4. Instead of using a JavaScript config file, we can directly write our configuration in CSS. I'm going to open index.css file. And here I'm going to use theme directive. Then we have to add here a CSS variable. It's going to be font Canit. Let's add here Canit sans serif. So here theme is a new feature in Tailwind 4 that lets us define CSS variables for our design tokens. We're creating a variable called font Canit and assigning the Google font Canit to it. Next, we have to define font Canit class, and we have to insert here font family with the variable font Canit. So this creates a custom utility class named font Canit. Whenever we use this class in our project, Tailwind will apply the Canit font. We are using here var keyword to reference the variable we defined earlier, ensuring reusability across our styles. Next, let's add icons to our project using box icons, a popular icon library. I'm going to go to the browser and search for box icons. So this is the official website of box icons library. We have to click usage, then import the CSS, and we have to grab this link from here. Go back to the index.html file and paste the link here. Alright, now that our project is all set up, let's move on to creating the actual JSX structure for our 5-star rating system. This is where we start building the core of our project, and I'll walk you through every step to make sure it's clear and easy to follow. In the src folder, I'm going to create new folder, which is going to be components. And inside here, I'm going to create new file, rating.jsx. Then I'm going to create a new React component using RAFCE shortcut. Then let's head over to app.jsx file. Actually, I'm going to close these files. We don't need them. So let's go to the app.jsx file and import rating. Actually, you might be wondering, where do I get those auto completions? And actually, it is a GitHub Copilot and AI that is integrated in the VS Code. Alright, so now, once we imported the rating component, we have to nest it here. We need rating. Now, if we go to the browser, we should see the text rating displayed on the screen, confirming that our component is set up correctly and integrated into the main app. Now that we have our rating component integrated, let's make a small but important change, setting the font family for our entire app. We use Tailwind CSS Force CSS-based configuration to define the Canit font family from Google Fonts, and it means that we can easily apply our custom font throughout the project. Let's go to the app.jsx file, add a class name to the development, and add here font Canit. If we go back to the browser, you'll see that the font of the text is changed. Alright, now let's go ahead and add some JSX to the rating component. I'm going to add some classes to the wrapper development. First of all, we need display flags. Then we have to center the content using justify center and item center. Also, I'm going to define minimum height, which is going to be screen. Screen means that we set minimum height to 100 viewport height. And then I'm going to change the background. Let's use red, 50. Next, I'm going to get rid of this text, open developments, and inside here we need h2 heading element with the text star rating. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the styles are applied to the wrapper development, and also the content is placed in the center of the page. Next, I'm going to add some classes to the development. We need background. In this case, I'm going to use an arbitrary value. The color is going to be F5 FFBE. Then we need rounded XL. Also, I'm going to add some shadow to the element. The size of the shadow is going to be XL. Then we need text center. And now I'm going to use padding 6. Now I'm going to add here responsive breakpoints, and then I will explain what we are doing here. So we need SM P equal to 10. Then we need MD breakpoint. The padding is going to be 14. And then we need LG with padding 18. So these classes control the padding at different screen sizes, making our design responsive. Here is how they work. P6 adds a base padding of 24 pixels on all sides for small screens and above. Then we have SM padding 10. When the screen width is 640 pixels or more, the padding increases to 40 pixels. Next we have MD padding 14. For screens 768 pixels and up, the padding becomes 56 pixels. And finally we have LG P18. On large screens, I mean 1024 pixels and above, the padding increases to 72 pixels. So as the screen size grows, the padding adjusts automatically, keeping our layout looking good on all devices. Now let's go ahead and check the browser. You can see the element is placed in the center, and also you see that the padding is applied as expected. If I shrink the window, you will see the padding smoothly decreases at each breakpoint, ensuring our design remains consistent and responsive across all screen sizes. Alright, next let's take care of the heading. I'm going to add some classes to the h2 heading elements. So we need here text 5XL, and then again add responsive breakpoints. We need SM text 6XL. Next we need MD text 7XL, and then we need LG. Text is going to be 8XL. Let's make font bold. Then change the color of the text. It's going to be gray 600. Then we need margin at the bottom equal to 4. And then we need SM breakpoint, where margin bottom is going to be 6. Let's go to the browser. So now we have much better results. Let's shrink again the window. So as you can see, the box is responsive, and also the text, the heading element, is responsive as well. Alright, so everything works perfectly. Next, let's move on to displaying the stars on the page. First, we need to wrap our stars in a div container that will handle the layout and spacing. So inside here, I'm going to open div elements and add here some classes. We need flex, then justify center. Next, we need margin bottom equal to 4. And I'm going to create some gap equal to 1. And then we need SM breakpoint. The gap is going to be 2. So this code uses Flexbox to align the stars, centers them horizontally, adds a bottom margin, and creates a small gap between each star that increases slightly on larger screens. Now, to display the stars, we'll create a new component called star. Let's head over to our components folder, create new file, star.jsx. Then inside here, create new React component using RAFCE shortcuts. Next, we need to go back to the rating, import newly created star, and then nest it inside this development. So this will render a single star on the page, and we will build on this in the next steps to create our full 5-star rating system. Now let's continue building our rating system by adding the star icon. We'll go back to the star.jsx file, and inside the div elements, I'm going to add an actual star icon using box icons. So here we need I elements with the classes bx, bxs, star. Then we need text5xl. We need here the responsive breakpoints. So I'm going to add sm text 7xl, then md text 8xl, and then we need LG breakpoint text 9xl. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's use here green 400. So this creates a star icon with different sizes for various screen widths, making it responsive. Let's go to the browser. So we don't see here any stars. Let's go back to the VS Code. We are missing here a dash. Also, we need here text. Now it should work. So here we go. As you can see, we have 1 star displayed on the page. If we go back to rating.jsx file and duplicate this component 4 times, we will have here 5 stars. Of course, this is not the ideal way to do it, since it's hard-coded, but for now, let's leave it as it is while we focus on building the core functionality. Next, we need to display the actual rating number below the stars. So let's go ahead and add paragraph right after these developments. Let's add to the paragraph some classes. We need text 3xl. Then we need here sm text 4xl. Next we need md text 5xl. Then I'm going to add here lg text 6xl. Also we need fonts to be medium, and then change the color. Let's use here text gray 600. As for the content, actually we don't need this space here, so let's remove space and then add the content 5 out of 5. Let's go to the browser. So this shows the current rating in large readable text, and just like our stars, it's also responsive. If we shrink the window, you will see that everything is responsive. Alright, so now that we have our basic layout ready, it's time to bring our stars to life by making them interactive. In this part, we're going to implement full star ratings first, meaning users will be able to click on any star to give a rating from 1 to 5, and after that, we'll enhance it by adding half star functionality to make the rating system even more precise. So let's start with full stars step by step. First, we need to manage the rating state in our rating.js component. This state will store the user's selected rating and update it when they click on a star. So let's create new state variable. It's going to be rating. Then we need set rating function. Actually, let's get rid of React and then import useState here. So this line creates a state variable rating with an initial value of 0. Every time we want to change the rating, we'll use the set rating function, and React will automatically re-render the component with the updated value. Now that we have our state ready, let's render the stars dynamically instead of hard coding them one by one. We'll use array.from to generate 5 stars inside the div that holds our stars. So I'm going to get rid of those stars from here. Then I'm going to open curly braces and insert here array.from. Then inside here, I'm going to open curly braces. We need length to be 5. Then we need function with 2 parameters. The first one is going to be underscore. Then we need index. And here I'm going to return the star component. Let's add it here. Next we need to add here key, which is going to be equal to index. And I'm going to add here 3 different props. The first one is going to be index with the value index. Then we need rating with rating. And finally we need set rating, the updater function with the value set rating. Alright, so let me break this down. Array.from with length 5 creates an array with 5 items because we need 5 stars. Then we have the second parameter, the callback function. It is a function where index represents the current item's position starting from 0. In this function, the underscore is a placeholder for the first parameter, which we don't need here, so we ignore it. That's why we use here an underscore. For each star, we are rendering the star component, giving it a unique key, which React needs to keep track of each item, and passing 3 props. Index, to know which star it is, rating, the current rating state, and set rating, the function, to update the rating when clicked. This way, all 5 stars are rendered dynamically and each one knows its position, the current rating, and how to update the rating when clicked. So, if we go to the browser, we still have here 5 ratings. Now let's go to star.jsx file and handle the click events. We need to let each star know when it's clicked and how to update the rating accordingly. First, we will accept the index, rating, and set rating props in the function. We need here index, rating, and set rating. So again, we are passing here index to know which star we are dealing with, rating to compare and decide whether to fill the star or not, and set rating to update the rating when the star is clicked. Now, let's add a click handler function that will update the rating state when a star is clicked. So we need here to create a new function, handle click. And inside here we have to update rating using set rating. And we need index plus 1. So here's what's happening. Index starts from 0, but our rating scale is from 1 to 5. So when a star is clicked, we add 1 to the index to match our rating scale. For example, clicking the first star sets the rating to 1, the second star sets it to 2, and so on. Finally, let's add an onClick event handler to the star icon and attach handleClick function to it. We need onClick, and we have to pass here handleClick. Now, in the class name, we have to dynamically decide which icon to show. If the current rating is greater than or equal to the index plus 1, meaning the star's position is less than or equal to the current rating, we show a filled star. I mean, star with the class name bxs star. Otherwise, we show an empty star and we use class bx star. So we have to modify the class name of the I element. I'm going to cut these class names. Then instead of quotes, we need curly braces with template literals. I'm going to paste back the classes. Then here we have to add $sign with curly braces, and I'm going to add here a condition, rating greater than or equal to index plus 1, followed by a ternary operator. So if this condition is true, then we need class bxs star. If it is false, we need bx star. And we have to get rid of this class name from here. Alright, lastly, let's go back to the rating.jsx file. And instead of this hard-coded 5, let's insert here rating. So let's go to the browser and see the results. Right now we have 5 stars displayed. And when we click on any star, the rating updates instantly with the correct number shown below. So let's go ahead and quickly test, clicking other stars as well. So as you can see, everything works perfectly. Alright, so now that we have our full star rating system working, it's time to add half-star functionality for more precise ratings. This means users can select ratings like 3.5 or 4.5 out of 5, making the system much more versatile. We'll go step by step explaining every change we make, so let's go ahead and dive in. First, let's head over to the rating.jsx file. Our goal here is to handle both full and half-star ratings. To achieve this, we need to define a function that calculates the rating based on whether the user clicks the left or right half of the star. So let's create a function and call it handle rating. I'm going to pass here two parameters, star index, and then is left half. Inside this function, I'm going to create a new variable, which is going to be new rating, and it should be equal to is left half. So the copilot suggests the entire conditional statement, and actually it is correct. So let's use it. After that, we need set rating with new rating. Alright, so let's break down what's happening here. Handle rating is our new function that calculates the rating based on where the user clicks. Star index represents the position of the star that was clicked starting from 0. Next we have is left half. It is a boolean that tells us if the user clicked on the left half of the star. If it is true, we add 0.5 to the index to represent a half-star rating. If it is false, we add 1 to represent a full star. Finally, we call setRating with the new rating value, which updates our state and triggers a re-render. Now that we have our handle rating function, we need to pass it down to our star components. We need to replace setRating updater function with our new function. So let's get rid of this from here and insert here on rating change, and we need here handle rating. Alright, now that our rating component is updated, let's move to our start.jsx file and implement the half-star logic. We don't need setRating anymore here in the function because we are using onRating change instead. So let's get rid of it and insert here on rating change. This ensures that our star component receives the correct props. Next, we need to create two click handlers for the left and right halves of the star. Right now we have the handle click function, which we no longer need here, so we'll remove this function at all. And then create new function. Let's call it handle left click. So we need here an arrow function, and then we have to return on rating change, and we need index and true. Let's duplicate this line of code. We need handle right click, and instead of true, we need here false. Alright, so here is what these functions do. The first function, handle left click, calls on rating change with index and true, meaning the left half was clicked, so we add 0.5 to the rating. Next we have handle right click function, this function here. It calls on rating change with index and false, meaning the right half was clicked, so we add 1 to the rating. Next we need to create 3 new variables that will help us determine which type of star to display: a full star, a half star, or an empty star. These variables are crucial because our rating system needs to dynamically adjust the star icons based on the current rating value. First, we'll create a variable to check if a star should be fully filled. So we need new variable, and it's going to be is full star. It should be equal to rating greater than or equal to index plus 1. It is correct. So here rating is our current rating state, which updates whenever we click a star. Then we have index plus 1. It represents the position of the current star, starting from 1 instead of 0, because the first star is at index 0, but a rating of 1 means 1 full star. We use here greater than or equal operator to check if the current rating is greater than or equal to this star's position. If the rating is, for example, 4, then all stars with an index less than 3 will be filled. This variable will be true for all stars that need to be fully highlighted. Next, we'll create a variable to check if a star should be half filled. So we need here variable. Actually, I think this suggestion is correct. So the variable name is half star, and we have here rating greater than or equal to index plus 0.5 and rating is less than index plus 1. So this one is slightly more complex, so let's break it down. The condition rating is greater than or equal to index plus 0.5 checks if the current rating is at least half a star above this star's index. For example, if the rating is 3.5, this condition will be true for the star at index 2 because 2 plus 0.5 is 2.5 and 3.5 is greater than 2.5. Next we have rating is less than index plus 1. It ensures that the rating is still less than the full star value for this index. So if the rating is 3.5, it's still less than 4, meaning we shouldn't display a full star here, just a half star. By combining these two conditions with the AND operator, we ensure that only the correct star is displayed as a half-filled star. Finally, we need to decide which icon to show based on these two conditions. So we create another variable, and it's going to be star class. We need here is full star. Let's use this suggestion because it's actually correct. So let me explain what's going on here. We use here a ternary operator. First we check is full star. If it is true, we assign bxs star, which is the class for a fully filled star. If is full star is false, we move to the next condition, which is half star. If this is true, we assign bxs star half, which is the class for a half filled star. Finally, if both conditions are false, meaning the current rating doesn't reach this star at all, we assign bx star, which is the class for an empty star. Alright, so after that, we have to insert star class instead of this statement. It is our dynamically generated class that we created here. Depending on the current rating, star class will be either bxs star half, or bx star. This dynamic approach ensures that each star updates automatically when the rating changes. Now let's make our stars interactive by adding 2 buttons for each star, one for the left half and one for the right half. After iElements, I'm going to create button with the classes absolute, position absolute. Then we need top 0, left 0, The width is going to be 50%. Then we need height, full, 100%. Also, I'm going to add cursor, pointer. And finally, to make things clear, I'm going to add temporary background color. Let's use red, 500, and the opacity, let's say 60%. Actually, we don't need here any content, so I'm going to make this button self-closing. Then I'm going to duplicate button. Instead of left position, we need here right position. And then I'm going to change the opacity. Let's make it 80. Now, for the first button, we need onClick event handler, where we have to call handle left click function. And then for the second button, we need again onClick event handler, and we have to pass here handle right click function. So we need two buttons because we want users to click either the left side of a star for a half star rating or the right side for a full star rating. Both buttons are absolutely positioned inside the stars div, meaning they sit on top of the icon without affecting its layout. Actually, here we need position relative for the parent elements in order to position buttons according to the parent element. Let's go to the browser. Actually, something's wrong here. Let's inspect the page. Go to the console tab. So we have reference error. Handle click is not defined. Actually, we no longer need this event handler here. Let's get rid of it. Okay, so now we have here our stars and the buttons. Each star has two buttons. The first button covers the left half of the star. The second button covers the right half. I've also added background color to make the clickable areas clearly visible during development. These colors are semi-transparent, making it easy to see how the buttons cover each half of the star. Now let's go ahead and click the stars. So as you can see, we have here half star functionality and everything works perfectly. Let's get rid of those background colors. Let's check again the results. Okay, so everything works perfectly. And actually with the project, we are done. All right, that's it. We've successfully built a 5-star rating system from scratch using React 19 and Tailwind CSS4. We created dynamic and responsive components and implemented full and half-star functionality. Now you have a fully functional rating system that you can integrate into any of your projects, whether it is an e-commerce site, a blog, or any app that needs user ratings. Also, the project is responsive and it looks perfectly on different screen sizes. Alright, so if you enjoyed this video and found it helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. We'd also love to hear from you. Drop a comment below to let us know your thoughts or what you'd like to see next. Thanks for watching and I'll see you in the next video.